And we are live. Welcome to Saturday Night Gaming with Mark W. and
Rob Bob.
Rob. Bob doesn't go on camera because he's too good looking. He would be a distraction. But I am here on camera to act as a kind of Medusa proxy and turn you all to stone with my ugliness. Anyway, tonight we are not playing video games. We are playing another game book. We have done a game book once before on this stream. We did a fighting fantasy game book called City of Thieves. Did you like that one last time?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it did, yeah.
he thinks he did. Okay, but Tunnel Controls is not anything new to my channel, to our channel, but it is new to this particular stream. Um, I should explain what it is a little bit for those who are not in the know. Well, Tunnels and Trolls is the game system, and Tunnels and Trolls is the second role-playing game ever published. The first one being the probably more famous Dungeons and Dragons. Hey Ryan, how's it going tonight? Ryan is in the chat. And Tunnels and Trolls has always been a favorite of mine since I was a kid in the 80s. And one reason is that it has what are called solitaire adventures, and a ton of them. Excuse me, a little gas. And Yeah, Tunnels and Trolls was made by this man up here, and there were other people involved, but it was his brainchild. He's the major designer behind it, the major writer, you could say, Ken Saint Andre. And this particular adventure is the fourth one written and officially published by Flying Buffalo, whose logo is not on the cover here, I guess, but it's probably somewhere in the back. Oh, that's fine. Here it is. Published by Flying Buffalo. And FBI down here does not mean the Federal Bureau of Investigations. It means Flying Buffalo Incorporated. But yeah, this is the fourth one ever published. The year was 1977, so this is going back pretty old. However, this specific edition is deluxe, meaning it goes along with, it was designed for or revised for the deluxe edition of Tunnels and Trolls, which came out in, I believe, 2015. So in the grand scheme of things, this is a new edition, although it's getting to be, I guess, about 7 years old by now. Rob Bob has played a lot of solos with me before on his channel. He actually played this particular adventure a little bit too. We were doing a recording, a non-live recording, once, and we had files, video files of our game in progress. I lost the files, so we never got to upload it. But this particular adventure is a fun one. I like it a lot. It's actually extremely dangerous, and that's part of the fun part. The way you play this adventure, the way you should, is you shouldn't be attached to any of your characters. You play it with newbie level characters, like level 1. Sometimes you roll up a character who's higher than level 1, but newbie level characters, and there's a good chance they're going to die. You just accept that. You come in with a stack of blank character cards, which is what I have here, or character sheets. And as your characters die, you just say, oh well, that guy, let's add him to the pile, and then you just roll up a new character and try again. Um, that's the way to do it. And what makes this thing fun, what makes this particular adventure fun, is that it's like that. But if you get lucky and if you make wise decisions, perhaps you will come out with a lot of riches and or power. You can really upgrade your character by making the right choices, or maybe getting a little bit lucky too. Rob Bob hasn't played this as much as me, although he played a little bit, so I will let him make some of the decisions. A lot of this game I've played through like 100 times, but sometimes I forget what decision is the right one, especially if it's something like you're in this fork in the cavern. Do you want to go left or right? I probably won't remember if left or right is the better choice. Uh, Another thing is this lady here. She might have gotten your attention. Back in the day when I had this game, this lady didn't exist. I had an older edition that didn't even have this cover. It had a much more simple cover. Actually, that artwork from the old cover is in this book. This is what I had on the cover. It shows this guy who kind of represents your character, and he doesn't have much on, but they gave him a nice little piece of cloth just so you didn't see some unmentionables. And this is how the adventure begins, but we'll get to that when we read the text. But this was on the cover of the one I had, and then eventually they made an edition that had this cover. I think it was still the 80s though. And I think, over time people kind of said, what's this woman doing here? Who is she? So when this deluxe edition was written, or, this was when this was revised for the deluxe edition, I guess it was Ken actually wrote in this woman so you can encounter her. I don't know if these ape-like creatures were ever written in, or why they have a giant skull ever explained. We were just talking around Bob and I, maybe this was some flaying a giant
Yeah.
that the ape-like creatures kept as a trophy. And Ryan says that FBI stands for female body inspector. And he also said this is so Frank Frazetta artwork. It is actually by a man that I don't know who he is, Brian Talbot. There were a lot of recurring artists that I know, especially these folks here: Rob Carver, Liz Danforth, Steve Crompton. I don't really know Brian Talbot though. He might have been like a freelance artist. Don't quote me on this. We just did a painting for this particular book. And Rattlesby is here. Hello, Rattlesby. Welcome to the stream. He said this old cover looks like Cornell Wilde from the '60s movie Naked Prey. Huh? I don't know what you're referring to. I'll have to look that up later. I have this overhead cam going here. This is nice when I want to show you, I can kind of resize this window as I see fit. And when I'm rolling dice, I'll just, or Rob Bob is rolling dice, I can just do that. You get a nice view of the dice, perhaps a nice view of the character. Also, when combat occurs, I will probably write up, I'm fighting an orc or whatever, and all the numbers will go here. And then as we jump back to the main text of the book, I can shrink it on demand. And that's pretty much all I have to say before jumping into it. Any last words, Rob Bob?
No.
Are you excited to play?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
I am.
Okay, so come up with some silly names of characters while we read through the intro.
Many.
Hmm?
Many names.
Many names. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of
yeah.
names. So here we go. On the left here, by the way, you have T&T solo cover gallery. So these are some of the solitaire adventures you can buy. By the way, one thing I like about T&T is there's a lot of third-party material out there because they were always, I guess Flying Buffalo was always very cool about allowing third-party authors to make their stuff. I don't know if what the situation is today because recently, as of I believe last August, Flying Buffalo was acquired. This is their logo, by the way. I was looking for that. Flying Buffalo. Flying Buffalo was acquired by a company called it's eluding me. Webbed Sphere, I think. I don't know what they're about, but they have acquired Flying Buffalo, and I do hear, I don't know for sure, do not quote me on anything. I am not an insider or anything into Flying Buffalo, but I do hear they are actually going to keep making material. So it's not going to, they're not just going to let it die. So that's good. But yeah, let's get through the intro and stuff. So this page, not much to see. It has some credits. So we should go over the brief credits. So written by Mr. Ken St. Andre, covered by Brian Talbot. That's the artwork we were talking about that resembles Frank Frazetta, according to Ryan, and it also resembles Cornell Wilde from the '60s movie Naked Prey, according to Rattlesby. Interior art by, we already went through these names, Rob Carver, Liz Danforth, Stephen Crompton, graphic and layout, Stephen Crompton. By the way, I am a fan of Liz Danforth's art especially. I actually have some work of hers on my wall right here. She was selling via her Patreon just some postcards you could get with her artwork on it. And so I bought a few of them. They were like $5 each or something like that. They decorate my wall, in addition to some other things, but we don't need to go over my whole wall.
Hubert.
Yes, Hubert is there, that's right. Hubert has nothing to do with Liz Danforth.
Legend of the Red Dragon.
That's right. Okay, on the left here, we have another kind of inside cover page sort of thing. I don't know what you call it exactly. Deluxe Naked Doom, revised and expanded in 2017 from the 1977 Solitaire Adventure, solo number 4. And here's some guy. Who did this one? This was by Carver. Just a little guy on a unicorn. I don't think that has anything to do with the adventure. They referenced the T&T phone app. I don't know what state that's in. I think it wasn't working and now it is. They do mention they do give it like a shout out to David Reed. I know Meta Arcade, which David Reed was like, I guess, the president of or something like that. Meta Arcade doesn't exist anymore, but I believe the app was picked up again by Ken St. Andre and Steve Crompton, but with this whole WebSphere acquisition, I don't know any of the legal goings on really, but it still exists, the T&T phone app. To me, actually, the funny thing is the T&T phone app came out maybe around 2017, and that's what kind of got me hooked into T&T again. I used to play it as a kid in the 80s. I kind of lost touch with it, but the phone app got me into it again. What I realized after playing on the phone is I don't like playing on the phone as much. But it did is it got me into buying all these books again and playing on the pen and paper. It's actually not bad playing on that, but I prefer rolling dice and writing things down. I guess I'm old school or something.
Ryan asks how school. Uh,
That
we
was
do
cool.
still have a mask mandate. We still have to wear masks.
Okay, you still have to wear masks.
Most people just put it under their nose, though.
Put on.
I don't.
Okay. So let's see, setup. Let me know if you can see this text okay, guys, or if I should be zooming in. I think it should be okay enough. We are at 1080p, but I could always adjust my zooming in if that helps. Setup, how to play a solitaire adventure. This is the fourth in a series of programmed dungeons from Flying Buffalo. It was created for the benefit of unfortunate people who don't have friends handy at the moment to play Tunnels and Trolls. Now, it's kind of the idea of these souls originally was if you couldn't play the GM way, meaning you have a game master telling the story with several friends sitting around the table, eating junk food and telling stories about slaying trolls or whatever, you could play these solo adventures. And Tunnels and Trolls, as far as I know, I believe they invented the game book. So if you've played Fighting Fantasy or Lone Wolf or that there's a Middle Earth one, there's all these kind of game books. Those were all they all owe something to I guess specifically Rick Loomis, who wrote the first TNT solo adventure. And this even predates Choose Your Own Adventure. So you could argue, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but you could argue that all those, any kind of game book like Choose Your Own Adventure where you go to different paragraphs, you choose choice A and go to paragraph 20, they all seem to owe that style of gameplay to Tunnels and Trolls, or specifically Rick Loomis. Anyway, where were we? It consists of several pages with about 4 paragraphs on each page. Each paragraph presents a situation with one or more alternatives of what to do. You make your choices and the text refers you to a new location to see what happened. Naked Doom is not meant to be read like a book. For maximum enjoyment, you should read the paragraphs you are instructed to read and only when you were instructed to read them. If you play by this rule, you should be able to run 10 or more characters through the dungeon without exhausting all possibilities. After you have played many times in the dungeon, you should know all the possible combinations as well as I do, but it can still remain an interesting way of using 15 minutes or so if you randomly decide which of the choices to take for the characters you send in. One thing that is very poor sportsmanship is to find out where all the good things in the dungeon are, then run dozens of characters through and collect the best treasures over and over. Uh, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily bad because there's still a lot of dice rolling involved and you could get bad luck and die anyway. But I don't know. That's what the author says, so. However, if you do not play fairly in programmed dungeons like these, you will primarily be cheating yourself. And to add on what I was just saying, if you just flip through the book to find the best choices, that's kind of cheesy. But I think if you play through it fairly enough and you just happen to remember where the good stuff is, I think that's personally okay. When I designed the Death Trap Equalizer dungeon, I thought it would be tough, but really it's a pushover. There are too many situations in DED where you can walk in, do nothing, and walk out again better than when you started. This dungeon is not that way at all. I admit it at the beginning, I am honestly trying to kill your first level characters. Alright. When they go into this dungeon. To compensate for that, I have made it very high paying in terms of money and magic to take out if you play well and survive. Characters who run this gauntlet of death and survive should be bona fide heroes, and there are some truly nifty items inside that I would dearly love to have for my own characters. In order to play this game, you will need paper, pencil, several ordinary six-sided dice, the rules to Tunnels and Trolls, and maybe the Death Trap Equalizer dungeon. There is one place where you can exit directly from Naked Doom to DED if you have DED. I always thought that was fun, that when adventures link to each other, like, um, for example, the whole point of this adventure is you have been convicted of a crime. We'll get to that in the intro, but now you have to go through this gauntlet of doom, and if you're lucky, you survive, but you probably won't. So there are some other adventures that where you get arrested or something like that, you know, or some evil king like punishes you, and it tells you to go run your character through Naked Doom. Sometimes they link you to other adventures too, such as Arena of Kazan. Now you're a slave and you're fighting in the arena. That's another common one. Or it could even be like you're in another adventure like City of Terror, specifically at a certain paragraph where you're in a really bad situation. There could theoretically be good situations they throw you into too, but it's usually bad. Let's be honest. It'll also help to have a lot of courage. You can run dwarves, elves, hobbs, or humans in Naked Doom, and we can be flexible with that. We can always add
Do
different.
fairies.
You could do fairies. You just have to take with a grain of salt. There's some stuff in this particular adventure where you are leaping over chasms and
Yeah.
things like that. So you would have to just improvise. Say that your wings aren't working for the moment or something
Yeah.
because of the atmosphere being dense and murky. I don't know. Um, where are we? Non-humanoid characters like centaurs and trolls wouldn't logically get sent in, so forget them. Oh, I want it to be a centaur. But again, there's nothing really stopping you. You can just do what you want. And even Ken, by the way, I know I keep interrupting. He really encourages people making the game their own, making up your own rules, uh, your own rulings, house rules. Just make it your own game and play however you want. Let's see. You should start with first or second level characters who know no magic. If you're playing Deluxe T&T, your character would also have one or two talents, special skills that help make it unique. You may choose one talent per character level. Each talent will add +3 to your die roll when attempting to make a saving roll, but only if the talent logically applies to the situation. This is kind of going over the rules again, actually. For example, using your persuasion talent to help make a charisma saving throw makes perfect sense. Using it to help jump over a chasm of molten lava using strength makes no sense and is disallowed. Good talents to choose for this adventure. This is a nice hint, and you will need hints. Persuasion, agility, acrobatics, stealth, or perhaps you can think of something else you'd like to be good at. No, DT&T, that's Deluxe T&T, allows you to increase your attributes by spending adventure points. To raise an attribute's value by 1, you must spend 10 times that attribute number in adventure points. So if you have 9 in an attribute and you want to get to 10, it costs you 10 times 10, which is 100. In Naked Doom, you may spend adventure points in any paragraph that awards you points for accomplishing something. Example, you slay a troll and get 100 adventure points. You have a dex of 9 and wish to raise it by a point. Oh, I think I had it backwards. You don't spend 10 times what you want to upgrade to. You spend 10 times of what you're at already. So a dexterity of 9, you would spend 90 to bring it to 10. Unspent adventure points accumulate to be spent later. If you're ready, turn to the prologue on the next page.
All right.
All right. Now we're getting into the actual adventure. Prologue. Now we're getting into Naked and Doom's people. All right, prologue. This is a really fun one. They caught you. I don't know what your crime was, whether you were defacing pictures of the Empress, or spitting on a sidewalk, or running away with old ladies' purses, or defaulting on your tab at the local tavern, or skinning cats on a holy day. But whatever it was, you are in trouble now. Because the city of Kazan does not believe in coddling criminals. Excuse me, I need a sip of water. Maybe I sipped my water for a little bit too long, and now I'm thrown into the gauntlet. Okay, it looks like we got 3 people watching and 3 likes. So thanks for the likes, people. Let's keep going. In fact, they of Kazan have a very interesting method of dealing with petty criminals and minor malefactors. If you know any magical spells, they call in the city wizards and mind blast you into idiocy. You are sent out to work in the potato fields for the rest of your life. If you do not have magical knowledge or powers, they give you a choice of death by torture or of going into the Naked Doom dungeon. Which would you choose, Rob Bob?
Dungeon, I guess.
What if the dungeon is torture, though?
But you have a chance of living.
Naked Doom isn't the official name, of course. In the books of justice, it is listed as the Royal Kazan Gauntlet of Criminal Retribution and Rehabilitation. But that's a mouthful. You can see why everyone calls it Naked Doom. Officially, it was built as a testing maze for potential heroes, but not enough heroes ever came out of it to make it worthwhile, so the City Justice Department took over. It's been very effective in disposing of unwanted prisoners. There have been survivors. Twice the relief has arrived at the exit to find the garrison all slain. 5 times men have emerged and jumped at the chance to join an elite unit of the Kazan army. No one except the wizard who built the dungeon knows what happened to the several hundred other men and women who have been sent here to die. Picture this, your character, a person who knows no magic, is taken under heavy guard down into the catacombs beneath the Kazan courthouse, where you are stripped of your clothing, and of course all jewelry, amulets, and other devices you might have once owned. You are told that if you can make it successfully through the series of tunnels and caves that lie ahead, you will escape with your life and perhaps treasure. None of your guards has ever been inside past the first turn, so they cannot tell you what dangers to expect. Only that less than 1 man in 10 comes out alive. 2 of your guards begin stringing self bows and selecting their best arrows, arrows whose points are darkly stained, which suggests, what do you think?
Poison, because I remember that.
Right, poison. Oh, hey, Stu is here. Stu calls it the running game. No, Ryan calls it the running game. And Stu says, hey, you're not naked. WTF. Oh, sorry, I gotta take off my clothes. Sorry. All right, cool. And Stu says, I object because he wants me
So
to take
the reason is that I'm off camera is because I'm naked.
we don't want that would be illegal in many states. Um, hopefully all of them. The archers, let's see, an iron gateway is swung open. The archers step through, and then you are roughly heaved through the portal. You see a stone corridor about 10 feet wide and 10 feet high, stretching in a straight line for 100 feet. This is basically what's happening. Before it abruptly turns. So we got 100 feet, and we have to run and try to make that corner before the arrows shoot us, essentially. A few torches throw a flickering light along its length. The captain of the guards points a stern finger and says, run, dog. If you know what is good for you, you take off at top speed. Turn to 1, read, make your choices.
Stu says go into the flower shop.
Go into the flower shop. Ryan says last week Mark was playing a problematic game. Oh yeah, the South Park game, that's right. And Stu was referring to the flower shop that we found in the Fighting Fantasy game
I remember
a few
that.
months ago. That was an evil game. This is evil too, but I like this
What
evil
happened in
one
the
better.
flower shop?
I don't remember. I think we bought a flower that knocked us out or
I
something.
thought that was a candle shop.
The candle shop knocked us
The
out.
candle
Don't
shop,
trust any innocuous
they
sounding shop.
knocked us out and then they stole stuff.
Yeah. All right, so what we're going to do is roll up a character, actually, because we haven't done that yet. And Stu asks, are you a bounty hunter in this game? Actually, no, you are the criminal. And you are being forced to run through this horrible dungeon called Naked Doom, unofficially called Naked Doom. The official name is the Royal Kazan Gauntlet of Criminal Retribution and Rehabilitation.
Doesn't sound very rehabilitative.
No, they're not really trying to rehabilitate anybody. Oh, Stu said because they're calling you dog. Get it? All right, so let's roll up a character. Let's make the overhead view a little bigger so you can see the character card. There are more deluxe character sheets that have a lot of info for characters that develop a lot of different things. You know, especially if you have like spells and this and that. But in this game, the chances are you're not going to get beyond the basics because you die very easily. And it's a lot easier for me to print out massive quantities of these small character cards that I wrote up. I made a PDF of these essentially. I don't know which camera I'm using. And so I'm ready because I'm going to need all these guys. This is a killer dungeon. It's fun to die in this dungeon though. And let's roll up our first character. Did you come up with a name in the meantime, Rob?
Yeah, so
Okay, what's
the name I came up with was Gort.
Gort? Okay, Gort. And Gort is what kind of kindred? Should we stick with the
Dwarf.
basics? A dwarf.
So there's 2 types of dwarfs, right?
Mhm.
They're not very different.
There's the Midgardian, and what's the other one?
Midgard Gristlegrim.
Okay.
So one of them, the Gristlegrim, has less charisma, one of them has less luck.
I would say either one could be useful here. Charisma or luck. Generally, probably luck is more useful.
So Gristlegrim is more luck.
If you want to get into the whole story, I think the Gristlegrim are made of stone or something. They're the work of a crazy wizard or something like that.
Well, they have less weight, so I think it would be the other one that's probably made of stone.
Okay, maybe.
I don't know.
In any case, which one shall we pick?
Gristlegrim.
Okay, we're made of gristle. We're a Gristlegrim dwarf, and we're going to be a warrior. We're going to roll that. We don't start at level 1 necessarily. The roll of the dice is what determines the level. Basically, it's you look at all your attributes after we roll them, and you basically slash off the last digit, and the greatest of all your attributes is your level. So, for example, if all your attributes are 10 except your strength is 20, then you are level 2 because of that, that 2 in the front. Another way to put it is you divide by 10. Anyway, let's roll.
Okay.
So every let's show this screen a little bit. Every of the basic kindred, let's see if I can squeeze this in here, has a multiplier. What's fun about this game is it's not gentle. It's not like, oh, a dwarf gets 1 little strength more. No, it goes all out crazy. It's bonkers. Your dwarves have a multiplier of 2 for your strength. See that?
Double strength.
And your constitution is doubled. It uses multipliers for everything, so everything is off the hook. It's bonkers in an awesome way. And let's see what the guys in the chat are saying. Stu and Ryan are just chatting each other up. Uh, and Ryan said the same class as the South Park game. No, it doesn't. You cannot pick that one. But it does have the basics: warrior, rogue, and wizard. However, we're only picking warriors for this particular game because it only supports warriors essentially. Remember what it said about
Yeah, they blast your mind.
yeah, they use mind blast, which is a spell that drains all your intelligence. They don't like spell casting types. Honestly, though, it's probably just an excuse to not have to handle magic. Some solo authors handle magic in their adventure. Sometimes they don't. It can be complicated to handle it. Anyway, let's roll. Do you want to roll or shall I?
You can roll, I guess.
All right, I will roll this character. Maybe you'll roll the next one when this one dies.
Sure.
So we're going to double it, double the strength. All right, so not a great roll, but it is
So,
an
16.
8 that becomes a 16 for strength.
Alright, same thing for Constitution, times 2.
Okay, Constitution is times 2, he says. We rolled an 11, that becomes a 22.
Um,
Dexterity is times 1.
basically everything else is times 1 except for Charisma.
Okay. So Dexterity, we have a 12. Charisma is what, three quarters?
Yeah.
I rolled a 7. So what? I forget how to round. Let's just say we're rounding up
Round
everything.
I don't know.
Hmm?
Yes, I just round up. I said.
Right. So
It's like 6.
I'm saying 6 then because. All right, sure. I think that's right. Luck is staying the same. All right, we got a good luck.
Good.
Luck is important in this game, I think.
I think it's luck. Luck is important for the first part, like the running.
All right, I think you're right. IQ. It's always good to be smart, but it matters more for the spellcaster types than the warrior. 11. And wizardry is kind of a dump stat for warriors.
Maybe we could use it for a saving roll.
And we rolled crappy for that, so that's a good place to put our crappy roll. Not that we have a choice. Speed. Speed is kind of important. But we did not roll a good speed. 7. And one nice thing about this game is this particular adventure is, while it does, it requires you to roll up a lot of characters because they die so much. But one of the premises of the game is you have no possession, so you don't have to roll your gold. You don't have to go and look up weapons charts and decide what you're buying. That's it. We can choose some talents. That's about it. So now we're going to compute our adds. The way the adds work are for strength, luck, dexterity, and speed. Every point over 12 is an add. And now what the adds do is they help you in combat. So in combat you roll dice. So maybe you roll, say, a 6, and you would add your adds to that. The number of dice you roll depends on your weapon. So I have, or Gort has, 4 adds from his strength, 2 from the luck, no bonus adds from the dexterity or speed. So that means 6 adds altogether.
Maybe we should do it for the next character. We could do like Stu or Ryan.
Stu or Ryan, okay. All right, talents. Should we go with talents? Oh, by the way, we are level 2 because of our constitution. That's nice.
So 2 talents, right?
Yes, we get to choose 2 talents. And as a warrior, don't let me forget this because this is something that slips my mind when I'm playing a lot. Is as a warrior, you get to add your level in dice rolled in combat. So that means even as an unarmed warrior, when you're unarmed, you roll a basic 1 die. But with level 2, you would get to roll 3 dice, which is nice. Okay, talents. Should we just pick 2 of the ones they recommended?
Okay. So what were those? Like stealth, I remember was one.
Oh, yeah, we could pick something like stealth.
I don't know. We should look at all the options.
Oh, if you want to look at all the options, you really gotta.
I mean, like all the recommended ones.
Okay, so they recommend persuasion, agility, acrobatics, stealth. Honestly, I think agility sounds a little too broad, like it could apply to a lot. But hey, if they recommend it,
We can get agility.
okay. So anything involving nimbleness of the body, I guess you could say. Okay, we're getting agility. What else? Choose another one.
Where does it?
How about armpit farting? Okay, I'm just gonna choose something because he actually decides for literally armpit fart. Well, my charisma is terrible, but let's go with persuasion. Maybe we'll need that little bonus. Okay, and our character is ready. Are you ready, Rob Bob?
Yes.
Okay, now we're back at where the guards say, "Run, dog." Yeah, and they call me Dog the Bounty Hunters too. Turn to 1. This could be what winds up happening to us, by the way. Well, he was ugly anyway, with the arrows in us. All right, here we go, folks.
Right. So
Paragraph
one.
1. The bowmen behind you are both excellent shots. That's not good. They could easily hit you if you ran in a straight line. You'll have to run fast and dodge well to escape. If you already have a speed rating, we do, you must make 2 first level saving rolls, 1 on speed and 1 on luck. And this is kind of funny that they left this text in here. Speed was, like, way back in the day, a new attribute. I don't remember when they added it, maybe the 5th edition or something like that. So we're talking like they probably added it by like the early 80s or so. But even though this is a revised edition for Deluxe, and Deluxe by the rules is, you're going to have speed, they still left in this text that says if you already have a speed rating. Anyway, so we have to make, and they tell you how to roll speed if you don't have it. That's okay, doesn't matter. Yeah, so we have to make those saving rolls. 1 on speed and 1 on luck. We have a pretty good luck. We do not have a good speed. We could say our agility talent applies here. Shall we do that?
Right.
Hey, Ragtime Life. Ragtime said, I think it was 7th edition. Okay. 7th edition was the first one that had speed, he's saying. That's what he thinks. All right. That could be true. Okay. Would you like to come around and roll around?
Let me. Yeah.
We have a little bit of an awkward setup, unfortunately, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so first roll for the luck saving roll. Now, how this works is for saving rolls, a level 1 saving roll, you take the number 20 minus your attribute, the attribute in question, and so that would mean we need to roll a 6 or higher on 2 dice. If it was a level 2 saving roll, you replace the 20 with 25. And then in that case, we would need an 11 or higher. And it keeps going up in increments of 5 each time. If we had to roll a 3rd level saving roll, it would be 30 minus the attribute. And you may wonder, how could you possibly roll 30 minus 14, which is 16 on 2 dice? Well, there is the very lovely, and it's really fun, by the way, the doubles, add, and roll over rule. What that means is when you're making a saving roll, every time you roll doubles, like say 3 and a 3, you count your roll as a 6 in this case, and you roll again and add to that. So in this case, I would have rolled a 6 plus a 5 is 11. Let's not use these purple dice too much; they don't show up well on the camera.
It's blue dice.
Okay, make that luck roll, Rob Bob.
So what do you have to roll?
You need a 6 or higher. Okay, that's a 9. We passed the luck roll. And every time you make a saving roll or fail it, you take the number you rolled times the difficulty level of the saving roll, and you just get that number in adventure points. So this was a level 1 saving roll. We rolled a 9. We get 9 free adventure points. And Rattlesby says speed was in the auxiliary rules in the 5th edition. Okay, because I played a lot of the 5th edition back in the day. I do remember speed, but I don't remember if it was actually in the rules or what. Maybe for all I knew, it could have been in like a Sorcerer's Apprentice magazine or something. Stu said, I don't wonder that I have special dice. Stu's the only man to have 0-sided dice. Okay. All right, so here we go. Speed. Now we need a 13 or higher. Can you do it?
Maybe.
Double please.
Okay, those are way off. But we got a catastrophic failure.
Yeah, so that's a 3. That's the roll that always fails no matter what. So we failed in that. At least we get three adventure points out of it, though.
That's what it's called, right?
What?
Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Anytime you roll a 3, it's auto fail essentially. 2 is not, just because it's doubled, so you get to add roll again. But 3 is auto fail. In older editions, it used to be 4 was auto fail too, but they decided to do away with that for some reason. What's the yellow grid? Oh, this thing. I'm using the very basic camera app on my wife's iPhone as this secondary camera. I don't have the proper OBS app, unfortunately. So it's always showing this little focus grid thingy. Unfortunately, I'll have to improve my my technology. Something, yeah.
Is that all the rolls?
For now, you're gonna be rolling more soon. But...
I'm gonna go back.
Okay, he's going back. So we failed. If you miss one or both, go to 2.
I think we get shot.
Yeah, you get shot, but I think we only get hit by one of the arrows at least. Oh, it's actually right here. 2, right below here. For each saving roll you missed, you were hit in the back with 1 arrow. Each arrow that hits you takes 10 off your constitution. Furthermore, they were poisoned. Every time you are asked to make a saving roll of any kind, take off 1 more point of con. So it's kind of like a ticking timer, and that's the way they implement the timer, just every time you make a saving roll. If you are now dead, you have met your doom. Naked. If you still live, despite having arrows in your back, you may crawl to safety around the corner. Go to 49. All right, so we took a hit. We are down. We have still a maximum of 22 constitution, but we're down to 12. We have to remember that we've got this poison triggered by saving rolls. We'll have to remember that. Help me remember, Bob, please.
Yeah. I'll probably forget.
Yeah, it's the Russian hackers exactly, Stu. All right, so now we're going to 49. He was ugly anyway. Not used to. Stu said only a chief can read the holy words of the Eid Pebinista. 49. You dodge the arrows. Well, I dodged one of the arrows and get safely around the corner. The tunnel here is much darker, but there is enough light from phosphorescent moss so that you can dimly see. The passage divides into 3 separate tunnels. If you want to go to the left, go to 13. If you want to go to the middle, go to 14. And if you want to go right, go to 62. And Brian says, in Soviet Russia, doom naked you. Doesn't even make sense, right? Okay, what do you think, Rob? Left, middle, or right?
So, I don't know.
It's pretty random if you don't
Middle.
remember. All right, we're going up the
It's-
middle.
Yeah, it's just random. I don't know.
Yeah. I actually don't even remember it, even though I've done this a lot. I can't remember which one is which. I remember the different scenarios you can run into. I just don't remember the directions. Stu said that was a reference to your con. Alright, so let's take a look at this picture. 14. After walking for several hundred feet, or staggering if you are wounded, I guess I'm staggering, you come into a large natural grotto. The floor of this room is littered with human bones. It's always promising. At least there's no dwarven bones, right? As dwarves, that means we're going to be fine.
Because they only kill humans.
Exactly. There are 3 pools of water, black and thick looking. Let's drink it. What else are you going to do? They are too widely separated for you to reach more than one of them at a time. The first has 1 skull by it, the second has 2 skulls sitting nose hole to nose hole. The third has 3 skulls with 1 stacked atop the other 2. You are probably hot and thirsty. Ah, this disgusting black water with skulls next to it. Which one should we drink? You can drink from fountain number 1, and you guys in the chat, you can chime in as the peanut gallery and recommend one. It's basically the choice of fountain 1, 2, 3, or refuse to drink any of them. And off the bat, it's probably obvious, but at least one of them is good, at least one of them is bad. I don't actually remember the specifics, but common sense would dictate you probably shouldn't crawl into a horrible, deadly dungeon and drink pools of black water. But hey,
I want to drink the slimy
water.
water.
We're probably thirsty, right?
Yeah, we're thirsty. We have to drink the slimy water.
And Ryan and Stu were talking about Khan from Star Trek. Any thoughts on what to do, guys, in the chat? I say we why don't we go Bear Grylls and
just drink the slimy water?
No, drink our own pee. That's much more sensible. Okay, Stu says go left. I think we're beyond that choice. Stu. Are you gonna?
You might be a little behind.
Did I forget to set the stream to low latency?
Maybe.
No, I did. I did set it to low latency. Okay, Perplex a lot says number 3. Hello, Perplex a lot.
Number 3 is the slimy water.
Okay. Well, they're all slimy water, I think.
No.
We're gonna go to this particular slimy water.
Well, that one says slimy water.
Oh, fountain 1, doesn't matter.
Fountain 2, slimy water.
51. Okay, Stu is kidding, but you threw me off, Stu. I thought maybe we were lagged by 2 minutes or something. And Rattlesby says, Cass, take that. If I was able to do that, my brain would have been fully drained by now. So we're drinking from the slimy pool of water. And perplex a lot. If I die, I'm blaming you. I'm just kidding. Stu said it would be funny if they all said to turn to the same box. Yeah, like
Yeah.
three fountains. Drink for number one, go to paragraph 27. No, fountain number two, 27. Three, 27. And maybe 27 is the standard you're dead paragraph. Anyway, 51 says this is the pool of greatness. Yes. Thank you, Perplex a lot. And thank you, Slimy Pool. It tastes terrible, but you can feel yourself changing. I'm going through the change. I'm having hot flashes. A cold sweat breaks out on your forehead, though. Roll a first level saving roll on your current constitution. We are beat up a little bit. To see if you have an allergic reaction to elements in the water. This is not the same thing as being poisoned. If you miss the saving roll, by the way, because we have to make a saving roll, we lose one
Do
constitution.
we lose it before or after then?
let's do it after because we like that better.
Yeah.
That'd be nicer for us. If you miss the saving roll, by the way, there's a lot of things like that in TNT, or they're not really into, the authors are not really into spelling out every little detail of the rules. You just kind of wing it when you need to. And for some reason, it works really well. So we're just going to say that we'll lose the con after
So if we don't make the saving roll, we die.
Is that true?
I read a little.
Right ahead. Okay. All right. Let's see what it says. If you missed the save, well, should we just roll before we read? Let's roll and then we'll keep reading.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So we have an important roll to make. Well, Rob Bob kind of spoiled it. That's okay though.
It's alright.
That's not big. It's in the same paragraph. It's fair. So we have 12 constitution. This is what it comes down. 12 constitution. We need 8 or higher. It's at level 1, correct? Yeah. Level 1 saving roll. Well, do you want to roll so I can blame you?
Sure.
All right.
I'll just
So try to roll right here, within here. 6, but it's doubles.
Oh, doubles.
And roll over.
So we're guaranteed to win. I think.
Yeah, we got this. And that's a 5. So that's a total of 11. Yeah, don't mind the weird yellow grid thingy.
That's annoying.
Whoa. Okay, adjusting. As you can see, I'm not exactly a pro at this. Oh, anyway, 11 adventure points for drinking some water and not being allergic to it. So we have 23 adventure points. Yeah, and what does the rest of the text say? It says if you miss a saving roll, your skin turns cherry red, itches horribly, and swells to monstrous proportions. Get me my EpiPen! Your heart labors, and eventually you suffocate under your own inflamed bulk. Up here. My inflamed bulk is up here. You have met your doom naked. But on the other hand, if you make the saving roll, hope is in sight. Multiply your strength, dexterity, and charisma by 3. Holy most.
Okay. That's a lot. Oh, you forgot to subtract Constitution.
Oh, shut up. Okay, so now I take the damage. But wow, like I said, this game is crazy like that. Especially
That's a lot.
especially this particular author, Mr. Ken St. Andre. It's his game, so I think he knows how to write things for it. But yeah, he doesn't hold back from like, let's give them a chance. It's either do or die, and in the do case, they do really well. So let's see, what are we multiplying? Our strength, dexterity, and charisma by 3. All right, let's do this. I like to multiply. Who likes to multiply, people? All right, so strength is
Strength.
48.
Okay. Don't spoil it, Stu.
Stu said, I checked out number 2. It said this is a pool of bodily fluid. Yeah, I was drinking some waste material. So now our dexterity is 36. Holy crap. So yeah, this is Naked Doom. You get really powerful or you
Wait, no.
die.
You say 30.
Huh?
Wait, which one are you multiplying?
Dexterity.
Oh, never mind. I thought you were doing the strength still.
No, it's 48.
Yeah.
Dexterity is 36.
And charisma.
Charisma. Okay, now we're passively
18.
charismatic. Hey, cool. We had a terrible charisma of 6, and now we're at 18, which is good for a low-level guy. And here's what happens. After drinking, you pass out. Go to 4. We have like muscles on muscles now, and we're very quick too. And suddenly we are very charming as well. And we're level 4 now. We just leveled up.
And
Excuse me, 2 levels.
don't we gain 2, whatever they're called?
Talents?
Talents, yeah.
I think so. Yeah, let's go with that. So, what should we be talented in? Peanut Gallery, please throw out suggestions. Two more talents we want to get. What do you think, Grandma?
I don't even know what the talents are.
Okay, you can really just make up anything. There is a nice complete list of suggestions in the book. It would be nice if they wrote them on this GM screen that I have, which is a handy reference for common charts and things. That would be good to have, but they did not put talents on here, unfortunately. There's other cool stuff on here, though, like kindred modifiers, treasure generator, monster generator.
Ooh.
Somebody took a dive there. All right, so Stu says seduction and self talent speed. Okay. Well, I'll pick one from. I don't think self healing
Yeah.
could work. Well, it could work if there's a saving roll to heal my con.
Maybe just healing in general.
Okay, let's see if that'll work. Healing. That would only So you have to be judicious about when you apply this. So it would have to be every time you make a saving roll for something like it says you're resting and you get to heal up, then you could maybe apply your healing talent. So let's do that. Healing. And Stu says speed. Okay, what would speed be? Anytime we make a speed saving roll? Anytime we have to run? Let's go with it. I mean,
Sure.
this is TNT. You just go with stuff. And if it's unbalanced, well,
Perplex a lot
who
says
cares?
disarming traps.
Disarming traps. Okay, that'll have to be our next
That'll be
next level
next.
if we make it that far. We have to update our personal ads, our combat ads, that is.
That's gonna be a lot higher.
Yeah, so now it's again. Let me pull this back up. Sorry, I just shrunk it. Every point for strength, dexterity, luck, and speed above 12 is an add once again. So now we have 36 just from the strength and 24 from the dexterity. That correct? Check my math, people.
So 24.
36 and 24. That is 60, correct?
Uh,
Yes. So 60 plus the 2 for
Plus
the luck.
64.
Didn't we just say 60 plus
2
2?
for luck?
Yes.
Isn't that a 4? Or it's above 12.
Right. Every
Okay.
point. Okay, let me do this again because you're confusing me.
It should be 62.
36.
It should be 62.
Okay. 62 will go. It's Ken St. Andre. He'll call me out. He goes in the comments of my video and he leaves very lovely comments about how much fun he had. He said, but you made a mistake subtracting 62 minus 43. Ah. So, like, oh man, this game designer that I've been admiring since the 80s, he's calling me out on my bad math. I always seem to make some kind of error like that in these videos that I do.
I thought it was for every point above 10. That's why I said.
Okay. That would be simpler for the math, but that's not how they made it work. Okay. It's not the rules, in other words. Where were we?
Starting fires.
Starting fires?
That's what someone says.
Ryan said. That's right. You could actually play as a leprechaun character class in this game, Ryan, if you want to burn things. See, leprechaun here. They have the ability to teleport, and these are their multipliers for each attribute. Yeah, they can't be warriors though. They have to be a magical type, so they would not be allowed in Naked Doom. Yeah. If you're not friendly, no, that's not that one. After drinking, you pass out. Go to 4. All right, so now we are strong.
4 is going to be the death paragraph.
4 is the death paragraph. You got really beefed up. You're really powerful, but you die of Ebola. Okay. This must be. Wait.
Paragraph 4.
Oh, it starts down here. There's a little bit of a tiny error. So it starts this little paragraph down here. You find yourself in a very large cavern. Sunlight is coming in from someplace high overhead, but you don't see the source, and the walls are slick with moisture, quite unclimbable. As you wander around exploring the place, you hear what sound. Oh, this is the woman from the cover that they added in that I've never met before. Anyway, as you wander around exploring the place, you hear what sounds like a woman's voice speaking a language that you don't know. It is getting louder, and she seems to be coming in your direction. Oh no, woman! She's gonna see me naked. But I'm really buff and charming now. Now you start to hear another voice answering her, a deeper, quieter, more guttural voice. Evidently, she's not alone. If you wish to wait and meet this strange woman, go to 21. If you decide to avoid the encounter, there's a path that leads between two large pieces of fallen stone, and you can run down that to 33. If you decide to hide behind one of the boulder-sized chunks of rock and watch in secret, go to 45. All right, guys, what do you think? I can wait and just kind of stand there waiting for the strange woman and say hello. I can avoid the encounter by running down this path between two large pieces of fallen stone, or I can hide behind one of the boulder-sized chunks of rock and watch in secret. And Stu says hide, and he says hide 3 times. Okay, so maybe his vote counts 3 times. What do you think, Ryan? And Perplex a lot, and Rattles B. Hey, I'm glad there's a lot of people chatting
That's
today.
6 viewers apparently, but that's not always accurate.
Sure. It's always fun when we're chatting with a lot of people. That's what it's all about. Okay, Ryan says avoid, so I guess
Pretty sure
yeah.
when we played this, I don't think she did anything. I think she was like helped us. I don't remember.
Okay, so I think maybe we did encounter this woman once. I just don't remember it. All right, so we have a vote for high and a vote for avoid. And Perplex a lot says hide 4 times. Let's go with
It seems
hide.
like everyone's saying hide.
Okay, we're gonna hide behind one of the boulder-sized chunks of rock and watch in secret at paragraph 45.
See what's
I have to
happening.
wonder, is she a criminal too?
Maybe.
And she like owns the place now? She like took over?
Is she the wizard who made it?
Maybe she's a wizard who made it. It's a good idea. Good point. 45. We can always zoom in, by the way, if that looks better. It just takes more fiddling with the camera. As you watch from hiding, a large goblin armed with a spear and a knife, and wearing some crude armor made of bones and turtle shell, he's Mario, appears on the trail. Right behind him comes an attractive, dark-haired woman dressed in a ragged brown halter top and loin wrap. She is talking to the goblin in his own language. Make a level 2 saving roll on luck. Unfortunately, we didn't get to triple our luck, so it's going to be a little bit hard. If you make it, go to 81. If you fail, go to 93. Okay, I'll roll this time.
So remember, just subtract Constitution.
Oh, yeah. Did we do that last time? Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Rattleby actually wants to meet the strange woman. Well, we might meet her yet. We'll see.
I think if we fail, we do meet.
Okay, so here we have to make a luck saving roll level 2, which means 25 minus luck. And we're going to take a hit to our con. Con! Alright, so let's make the luck roll. 11 or higher is needed. 9 doesn't quite make the cut, but we double that for experience points purpose, or adventure points as they call them in this game.
Because level 2, it's doubled.
And so we have 41. We're not lucky enough. We are down to 10 constitution. We have to find a way to heal up, because as good as we were doing as far as tripling our strength, dexterity, and charisma, once the ticking time bomb is going to get us if we don't find a way to heal.
Or if we ever get into fight.
Right. But if we do find some saving roll related to healing, we get to use our healing talent. Anyway, we're going to fail at 93.
They're probably gonna find us. Hey, why are you not wearing clothes?
The goblin would like, put this on, please. I can see everything.
95. Was it?
So it's 93, right?
93. Yeah.
The goblin detects you probably by smelling you, but it may have heard you. Seizing his spear in both hands, the large goblin leaps around the boulder that conceals you, ready to attack. All right, back up here. He will be on you in an instant. You must quickly decide what to do. If you leap up and fight him, go to 70. If you prostrate yourself with hands above your head in a token of surrender, go to 82. If you spin around and run for your life, go to 46.
Alright.
Well, I think we could probably take a goblin. I don't know if the
Okay,
strange woman is going to help him, though. That's what I'm concerned about. The strange woman or maybe more goblins. Ryan says, how was your beer, Mark? My beer was good. Thanks for asking, Ryan. It was a lager. Ryan's referring to, I got this package from my wife for Christmas called the 12 Beers of Christmas, and it's just a bunch of German beers. And I never heard of any of them. They're actual German beers. And I've been having one a week, basically. Anyway, yeah, I think we should just fight this guy. What do you guys
Yeah, we
think?
could fight a goblin.
Could be a trick, or could be more dangerous than meets the
Or
eye. But
it was
I'm not gonna go goblin. I mean, I've got. Remember, my muscles are like up to
well,
here.
it's a goblin with a spear, and we're
Not
naked.
a spear. It's serious. We could beat him if it's a typical goblin, no matter what weapon it has. If there's something else going on, like this woman is a powerful wizard that would help him, then there
But
could
I
be trouble.
think I remember the woman that, like
Helps the goblin.
helped us.
Helps us.
Yeah, I might be wrong.
Okay. If we don't attack or what?
I mean,
Or you don't remember?
I don't remember. I just remember getting helped. I think.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go attack this goblin.
All right, we'll attack.
If there was an option like calmly try to negotiate with it, maybe I would pick that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go running, sprinting away or cowering in fear at this goblin. All right. Paragraph 70 up in the corner. Who's that guy? That's actually one of the winning paragraphs, by the way. We're not going to look at that, though.
I'll look at it.
No cheating. Okay, the goblin has a constitution of 28. He's a tough one. He also has a bone and shell armor that will take 4 points of damage for him each round. If he still has the spear, he does. I guess it's possible he could have thrown it at you or something. He gets 3 dice plus 14 adds. If he has lost the spear, he will fight with his dagger. So 2d6 plus 14. There's no avoiding this fight. Okay, so our adds are just so massive that it's not going to be a problem. Spite damage is a thing, though. And so those who are new to TNT, basically you just roll two dice totals, and the high roller wins, and the damage dealt is the difference. So, for example, if there was a three dice plus 2 adds character, this would be a terrible roll. He just rolled 5 plus the 2 adds is 7. And if there was a 2 dice plus 4 adds character, he just rolled 5 plus 4 is 9. So this guy would win by 2, and the loser has to subtract 2 constitution. One little extra bonus. Well, in this case we have armor, so the 4 damage. If I win by say 3, then this damage will soak up all the damage. One other little factor is what's called spite. For every die that comes up a 6, that is like guaranteed damage, whether you're on the winning or losing side, essentially. All right, so let's do some fighting.
Remember, we get 4 dice, right?
We get 5 actually.
Oh yes, you get 1.
Yeah, so we get 5 dice because one for unarmed combat because you don't have a weapon, and plus 4 for our warrior level essentially. Yeah, I'm sorry about this weird yellow thing. I'll try to fix that for next time. But let's see us. I'm writing combat scrap basically. Let me write a little bigger. Here, how about goblin? He has con 28, and he rolls 3 dice plus 14, and we have, or we should call him Gort. That's his name, right? Gort.
Gort.
Gort. We only have con 10, but we decided it was 4 plus 1 is 5 dice, plus our massive adds of 62. So this goblin doesn't really stand a chance. It's just a matter of does he get some spite damage in at us, which would knock her down. It would whittle down our con a little bit. If he can get that down by 2 or 3, that's going to be pretty painful. Because we have this poison every saving roll, it's going to knock that con down even more. So it's a matter of does he hurt us or not. Let's roll. So what we can do is keep track of each round, I guess. Round 1. Round 1, fight. That's a good way to write this. His roll and my roll will be over here, I suppose. You want me to just roll, or do you want to come around?
You can roll.
Okay, I'm going to roll.
It's easier.
How do these green dice show on the camera? Look, they look good enough. We can roll
You can
those.
see.
The goblin is green, so he rolls the green dice. So the goblin gets a total of 12.
1 spite.
12 plus 14. So he rolled 12 plus the added 4. That's 26. But 1 spite, which means that 1 damage is going to get through even if we murder him. Which we're about to do, by the way.
I think we kill him no matter what we roll.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do the honors anyway. Make it official. A lot of people are new to the game who are watching.
Yeah, probably.
So we're rolling again 5 dice plus 62. It's almost just like going through the motions. Because you look at just the adds part, 62 is greater than his entire total, the goblin's entire total of 26. So just going by our ad, not even counting the dice rolled, we deal what, 36 damage.
Doesn't he only have like 20 something?
He has 28 con, but he subtracts 4 for his armor. Still, we kill it. All right, let's roll the dice for fun. So we got is no spite damage, but we rolled 10, 15, and again plus the 62 is a 75. 75, and some 75 minus 26 is what? 49. And his armor subtracts 4. We do 45 damage. This guy is done. But yeah, that spite damage was a little bit of a nick. Spite represents the little bit of, chaos of combat. It's impossible to always completely dominate your opponent. You get little nicks and scratches here. And this bypasses armor, by the way, the spite damage. So even if you have really heavy duty armor, the spite can get you. But we have slain the goblin. So Ryan said, I tried watching Samurai Cop. Oh, Ralby says 77. Did I do the math wrong? Sorry. Well, anyway, I murdered it.
He's dead anyway.
He said anyway. I do that a lot. I make little math errors while I'm making these videos, or just I don't know what it is. I can do math pretty well, but maybe it's while I'm talking. I keep talking and rattling off things I'm writing. I can't handle it all at once. But that's okay. We murdered him in any case. So if you win, go to 34. If you lose, go to 12.
Now she's gonna say, "Why'd you kill my friend?"
Sorry, she kind of attacked me, man. I mean, woman. Okay, let's adjust this horrible camera work. In a short, fierce battle, you finish off the goblin. When it is dead, you can loot the body if you wish. Woohoo! You will find a crude stone-tipped spear worth 3d6 in combat, an old bronze dagger worth 2d6 in combat, a disgusting loincloth you can use to cover your nakedness. Yeah! And some crude bone and shell armor, the turtle shell from Mario again, that will provide 4 points of protection if you put it on. Adjust your character quickly. Maybe the goblin's about the same size as the dwarf. I don't know.
I'm surprised you can fit it on top of all your muscles.
Yeah. Ryan says unwatchable. The thing about a bad movie is that I thought he was making fun of my stream in the comic book guy tone because I made the math error, but he's actually saying that Samurai Cop 2 is unwatchable. The thing about a bad movie is that you can't try to make a bad movie; it has to happen naturally. I agree 100%. And that was that's what I gathered from when I heard about Samurai Cop 2. I saw they were like doing all this ridiculous stuff intentionally, like the different actors and things. And I just swiped my character. Here we go. But yeah, so Samurai Cop was lightning in a bottle, I guess. Samurai Cop 2 was not. Let's take our stuff. We have a 3-die spear and a 2-die bronze dagger. So we can use one or both of those even. We would have to look in the manual when it comes down to it. Some weapons you can use one-handed, and you might be able to use the spear one-handed. And how it works is if you have to look up in the manual the requirement. Every weapon has a strength requirement and a dexterity requirement. And you can dual wield weapons if you meet the sum of both dex requirements. So for example, if there's a sword that requires 12 and a dagger that requires 5 dexterity, as long as you have 17 or higher dexterity, you can use them both together. So what I'm going to have to do is just look up a typical spear and dagger and kind of figure out if I can use it. I think I probably can, unless all spears are defined as two-handed. I'm not sure offhand. I think probably not. Anyway, let's keep reading. What else did I get, actually? I got the armor.
And a loincloth.
I'm not even going to bother writing the loincloth. Okay, I'll write the loincloth. Why do I want to wear this crude, smelly loincloth? I would rather be naked. Just stay naked. I'm used to it. But I'm going to write loincloth anyway. And bone and shell armor. And that is 4 points of protection. So anytime somebody beats me by say 5 in a combat round, I only take 1 damage instead.
Armor.
Okay, so what happens next? The woman looks at you in fear and amazement. She has never seen such a mighty warrior. Don't hurt me, she pleads. I can help you. A few moments ago, this woman was scornful and would have had you slain. Now she is at your mercy. If you wish... Excuse me, I need another sip of water. I'm not used to speaking for this long. I only do it every week. Okay. Um, if you wish to try again to befriend her, go to 48. The fact that you are not trying to harm her in any way will get her to overlook the fact that she feels no attraction to you at all. If you tell her that she is now your captive and better obey you, if she knows what's good for her, go to 83. I feel like she's going to spring out some secret power,
Yeah.
even though she's kind of sniveling. Um, what do you guys think? Should I try to befriend her or try to make her my captive?
I think you could befriend her. And
Well,
you could try.
we can always take a peek at 83.
Yeah.
No. That's not the way to play.
That's cheating.
That is cheating. So yeah, I think we're leaning towards 48, unless somebody in the audience really wants us to try to take her captive. I'll just wait like 10 more seconds. Befriend says Ryan. Okay, so that's a vote for befriending in the audience. Okay, let's just go with befriending. Go with the 48. Ask Al Lowe from Leisure Suit Larry. I hope this doesn't get Leisure Suit Larry on us. Stu, by the way, Stu here, if anybody wants to watch his stream someday, he actually streams old school games and some new stuff too, but he mostly focuses on old school and adventure style games, if they are new. But one time he had the maker of Leisure Suit Larry on as kind of like a co-host. His name is Al Lowe. So that was pretty cool to watch. And Leisure Suit Larry is an adventure game, if you guys don't know, about a man who is always trying to get with women and stuff. It's a kind of an adult game. Anyway, Cheyenne, I guess that's her name, or Cheyenne. Let's go with Cheyenne. Cheyenne takes a liking to you and explains that she is a leader among the local goblins. I have guess. Hold on. She says she can help you on your way if you will promise to be a goblin friend and never harm her people.
After you murdered one.
I mean, there's this guy. I've got his loincloth on now. Should I give the loincloth back to the corpse? It's very sweaty. I really don't want it anymore. She says she can help you on your way if you promise never to. If you agree to become a goblin friend, go to 59. If you're not friendly, go to 71. Well, we could just say it. Sure, we'll kill a goblin later if we need to. Shall we be a goblin friend?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we're a goblin friend.
So we don't have to turn the page.
You don't have to turn the pages, so we're right over here. Just have to aim the camera to the right. You learn that the woman is named Cheyenne. Hey, I already said that. And that she has been living with a group of goblins for a long time now. They adore her. And since she has no reason to return to the surface, she has come to think of herself as practically a goblin herself. But she says that she does know one way out of these caverns, and if you wish to follow her, she will take you to it. If you trust her, go to 94. If you decide you would rather find your own way out, go to 52. Hmm.
Do we trust her?
Could we just be done with the whole adventure and we have our
And
powerful
we have our.
guy with the goblin loincloth?
And you could just keep going through it now.
But the way they phrase it, if you trust her, go to 94. I think I'm inclined to trust her and see how that goes. What do you think?
All right.
Are we being too nice here? Or
Maybe.
too trusting? Let's try. We might have to make a. No, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe we have to make a saving roll, but I don't know. I can't. I don't see why that would be involved. I guess we'll see. Maybe we have to make a saving roll to see if she's gonna trick us or not.
Maybe.
Stu says, "Hi there, break stuff. The goblin. I'm a goblin friend.
Maybe we'll get healed.
Maybe 94.
That would be nice. Also, are we just poisoned forever?
Good question. I would assume probably after the adventure we can consider ourselves cured of the poison, if nothing otherwise. Yeah, nothing tells us otherwise. Stu says, "Oh, hi, Mark. Nice to meet you. Hey, have you seen my friend Smash Crap? A big guy, a Constitution of 20. I don't know. There's like dead goblin here. I think he tripped and fell on what he's tripping. Well, I don't have. I was gonna make a joke about a weapon I had. Like he tripped and fell on my story, but I actually didn't have a weapon. He just had
Your
like
fists.
He had these triangle marks around his neck. I don't. And I like they're shaped like my hand, my fingers.
You were sleeping, and you accidentally choked him in your sleep. You're
Yeah,
like sleepwalking.
he startled me, and yeah, just this happens sometimes. Anyway, Cheyenne leads you out of the great grotto and through a long tunnel that ends at the goblin village. Once there, she feeds you and gives you a place to rest. Yes, you spend some time with her and pick up basic knowledge of the goblin language. It is called gobble, and you learn that they are called goblins because they speak gobble.
Really?
Okay, so here's one thing in this game. You when you start out, you roll. Well, yeah, I'll just do this. You roll languages according to your intelligence. Most of the time, it doesn't come up in play. So when I'm playing a solo adventure, what I do is I just roll up these very basic things. The ones that I know come up a lot. And so I didn't bother with languages, but I can squeeze them on the back or the bottom or something. So now I know Gobble, and if this character survives, I can flesh out this character a little bit and roll the other languages that he knows. It might not be much because he doesn't have a terribly high
So you
intelligence.
learn an entire language in like half an hour, a few
Well,
hours.
well, yeah, the Gobble language is probably just like a few squeaks and grunts or something. And of course, the word gobble makes me think of Ryan. Probably, oh, Ryan, you don't know
Chicken.
this. Well, I think of the in in South Park. There's a character named Timmy, and he has a friend, a turkey friend, in one of these Thanksgiving episodes named Gobble. And he just yells Gobble. Anyway, what are we doing here? If you like Cheyenne, you may you may stay with her in the caverns and be her new bodyguard. It's a day and night job. But if you're determined to leave, you will stay just long enough to recover all Constitution points. Spending time with Cheyenne has improved you in many ways. Increase all of your attributes by 1 point each. When you're ready to leave, she leads you to a mysterious door in a cavern wall. I say we leave.
I say we leave.
Because I think it's basically you're done with the character if you want to stay there. You might as
Yeah,
well be dead.
yeah, it's the same thing as losing.
Pretty, except you can like
I
say,
say yeah.
you lost, but in a you didn't lose, but you're done with your character, but in a positive way. Ryan said I knew a stripper named Cheyenne. I don't know if I'm saying it right because it does sound like Cheyenne. Like, yeah, I don't know. Let's call it Xian. Xian.
Sean.
Xian. All right, so we gained one in every attribute. That's pretty cool. Did it say we lost all con? We recovered all con. Sorry. So we are back at 22, and we have to add to everything. So 49 strength. Try to be fast about this. 37 dex. 23 con. Con. 19 charisma. 15 luck. 12 IQ, which is actually an intelligence score. It's not literally your IQ level, like in a modern test. Wizardry, which is kind of useless for a warrior usually, but that is 7 now. And speed of 8. Alright, so that means we increase our adds by a fourth, so we went up by 1 in each of the adds determining attributes. I guess that's that. So we're going to go to this mysterious door in a cavern wall. This might not be just, you're done, by the way. There might be more to deal with.
I think there probably will be more. I don't know.
Could be well, I kind of know in general there's kind of this group of guards at the end. I don't know if this would bypass them or not, but I guess we'll see.
So we have one more in every attribute now.
Yeah, so yeah, as you can see, this game, especially this adventure, is wild with the attributes. And you may think, well, maybe that's crap for balance reasons, but who cares? Balance is boring. The door leads to an iron bridge that spans a deep trench through which red hot, excuse me, red hot lava slowly oozes. The heat is tremendous, but if you run quickly across the bridge, you should be okay. Oh, good thing we got that speed talent, right, Ryan?
Yeah.
I think generally I would not just like pick the same thing as an attribute. I would pick like a way you use the attribute. Why don't we call it running? How about that?
Well, we already have agility.
Actually, I'm gonna call the speed one running. Honestly, if I were GMing, like playing with a group and I was the boss, I would say everybody should pick something a little kind of like pretty specific, right? I decided to change it to running. Oh, hi, Marks is right. Oh, hi, Brian. Okay, thanks for liking, guys. I have 6 likes, which is good for my humble, small channel. I appreciate that. Where are we? Let's see. But yeah, if you run across the bridge, you should be okay. On the other side, you find yourself in a tunnel that leads back to the main passage via a secret door. Wait, let me try to follow that. So there's a bridge, an iron bridge over the lava. You can run quickly. On the other side, you find yourself in a tunnel. Did I already run across it? I guess I did. On the other side, you find yourself in a tunnel that leads back to the main passage via a secret door. So it takes me back in a circle, kind of. Make a level 1 save and roll on luck. If you make it, nothing happens and you go to 42. Okay, I'll just read the rest if I fail. Okay, so would you like to do the honors?
Alright.
I think we still have that poison, so we'll have to knock down our
Yeah.
con by 1.
So
Here you go, we're making a saving roll on luck level 1.
so we're just trying to run.
I think it's saying we already ran across.
Ah.
And we have to make a level 1 saving roll on luck to see if it looks like if we encounter something unfriendly,
We'll just
you're just gonna reach across. Okay. Wow. All right, that's 12. Doubles and roll over. Darrow. Yeah, okay. So that's not a fail because it was part of the doubles and roll over.
30. So we got
A 15.
15.
Oh, yeah, that's 2 our adventure points. All right. So
The best roll and then the worst roll.
Go to 42. You follow the tunnel for an hour and then it ends in a wooden door.
An hour?
That's a lot of walking, right?
Maybe a very slow walker.
You open it. Well, I do have an arrow in my back, so I guess that was probably healed up by now.
Probably pull it out.
I have to knock down the con, by the way, because that poison is still in me. Alright, you open it to see a room full of silvery mist. If you want to walk straight into this room for the exit that you can barely see across from you, go to 29. If you want to study the room from the doorway, go to 6. And here's the door. It says, this way to silver mist. Okay. Well, what could the silver mist be? I don't even remember this.
I think I remember this part happening, but I don't remember what happened.
Okay. It's a coin flip to me. Sometimes these adventures, they reward caution. Sometimes they punish caution. So just standing around studying the doorway could be good or bad. No one knows. Hey, thanks for the extra like. There's now 7 likes.
Well, we could study the room from the doorway.
Oh, yeah. Did I say study the doorway? Yeah, study the room from the doorway as well.
Yeah.
Or just walk straight in.
See if anything's in there, I guess.
So you're saying study the doorway?
Yeah.
Study the room from the doorway. Okay. Number 6. Uh-oh.
Oh.
I lost my rubber thingy. No jokes, please. Alright. It's time to make an intelligence saving roll.
Okay. What's our IQ?
Our
12.
IQ is 12. It says make your saving roll on IQ, 20 minus IQ. If you make it, go to 43. If you miss the saving roll, then you don't notice anything unusual.
So that implies that there's something in there.
Yes, it does. Are we smart enough to notice it? Alright, I'll roll this time if you don't mind.
Right.
Let's use our lucky green dice.
-1 con.
Yeah, we're going to say these are lucky leprechaun dice now because they're green and gold. Alright, so we need an 8 or higher. It's a little bit tough, but we do have doubles on our side.
Get a double.
Hey, look at that. It's an 8 and it's a double.
8.
So
it's just for experience or adventure points.
Okay, a total of 15. 71 AP. And we passed the intelligence check. Hooray.
We're smart.
I am so smart. SMRT. Go to 43. If you want to see the close up of the back of my hand, you can see the individual hair follicles. All right, over to 43 up here. What happens? You notice that it is not nearly so misty. Hold on a second. It is not nearly so misty close to the floor as it is higher up in the room. Okay. Like how smoke rises.
I guess.
So maybe we want to squirm on the bottom. Yeah, like it says, you
What it says.
decide to squirm through on your stomach in case the mist is dangerous. Good guess. If you're immune to poison, you will be totally unhurt. If you're not immune, roll 1d6 and take that number of hits from your con. Oh, did I deduct a con from before? I don't think I did.
No, I guess not.
Okay, so we're gonna roll and then add 1 to that, basically.
2.
What?
Or no, never mind. This isn't a saving roll.
Okay, let's roll.
So we'll make it out of this at least.
Oh, okay, so we're down 6 and 1 from before, so 7. 15 Constitution.
You could always just hold your breath and then run through.
I guess that's not an option. If you live, go to 18.
8
Mine
likes.
says 8 likes. Oh, thank you guys.
Is that a record?
Not a record, but it's very good. On our end, it says 7. For some reason, every time I talk about the number of likes, Ryan sees 1 more. I don't know if
I see
everybody
one
sees
more
1.
too,
You see 1 more when you're like on the
Yeah.
other end? Okay,
usually.
interesting. But I appreciate that, guys. The likes are how I know what people like, and
People like tunnels and trolls.
yeah, people tend to like when I play non-computer stuff. Like when I did South Park last week, I got 2 likes and 1 dislike. I was like, oh, really?
I
But
wasn't there to like it.
yeah, it was an adults-only stream. Anyway, 18, almost through the room, you find a movable stone in the floor. There is the rune for treasure carved in the stone. What language? Maybe it's in Gobble.
I don't know.
Even right. Anyway, to find out what the treasure is, go to 103. If you get a magical treasure, go to 104 and roll 1d6 to see what magic treasure you found. After collecting, go to 31. Okay, so we're gonna go to 103 to find what treasure. And the way it's written, I think I have to take a note of my paragraph in case I need to go back. Look, it says go to 103 if you get a magical treasure, go to 104. So 103 is going to tell me like how to randomly roll a treasure, I suspect. I'm just going to take a note that maybe go back to paragraph 18. Ryan says, so they lifted the mask mandates in New Mexico. I went to the gas station and the only person wearing a mask was buying cigarettes. The irony can't be denied.
Maybe they were buying it for their friend.
For your friend, yeah. 103, folks. Yeah, I think that's just a big chart at the end. I get what you're saying, though, Ryan. All right, yeah, here we go. It's one of the charts in the back. I like these kind of charts. They're a ton of fun. The book itself, the rule book, has its own treasure generator, but it's cool that there's another one in here. It looks very similar, though. I kind of thought it would always be fun to write one of these kind of things and make all kinds of zany options you could get. Anyway, some of the monsters in this dungeon carry treasure or have it hidden in their room. When told to randomize for treasure, use the following procedure, then go back to the paragraph you came from. Roll 2d6. If your roll is from 3 to 11, you found some sort of money. If your total is either 2 or 12, your loot is a magical object. 9 likes. Thanks, Stu, if that was you. If it wasn't you, then screw you, Stu. Thanks for the notification anyway. If this is a situation where you could find magic, it tells you when it is not. Then go to 104 and randomize again. Okay, so it's telling me I could roll magic, and it depends if I roll a 2 or 12. I don't know if you guys can see this too well. Let me zoom in a little bit. Oop, I just adjusted the something here. Let me fix that.
Brightness.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that was like the exposure or whatever the hell you call it.
Do kids smoke at my school? I've seen people vape.
Vape. They don't actually smoke. When I was in school, people would actually smoke, but not until high school, though. He's in 8th grade, by the way.
Okay.
That's funny. It's all going to be vaping now.
People go into the stalls in the bathroom.
Ah,
I think I've seen like 3 people.
okay. Yeah, people used to smoke in the bathroom regular cigarettes, and all the teachers do it. Like, it's funny how people think that the adults don't know what they're doing.
Everyone knows. I think.
Anyway, uh, if you are just getting money, roll 1 die. Results: 1 is a jewel, 2 or 3 is gold coins, 4, 5, or 6 is silver coins. If you get gold or silver, you have. We'll just go into
Go
it.
for jewels.
We'll just get into it when we as needed. All right, so let's just roll. Would you like to do the honors, or shall I?
You can do it.
Okay. So let's zoom in our overhead cam so you can see the dice, and let's see what we get. 2 or 12 is magic. 3 to 11 is ordinary money stuff. Come on, let's get magic. No such luck. We got. I saw the 1. I was like, ooh, 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 but then my eyes moved over to the side, and I see, alas, no magical stuff. Okay, so you're getting money. Roll 1 die to see what kind. 6 is silver coin. Oh, I saw a high roll, and I was like, oh, maybe that's good, but it's actually kind of the opposite. The lower is better.
Silver is the worst we could have gotten.
So you must roll 3 dice and multiply the total by 10 to get how many you find. Triples, add, and roll over. Okay.
Triples.
We could theoretically have infinite silver coins here. And by the way, if you want to play by the rules, you have to start by by the text. You have to count all the weight carried of all this stuff. Like I know I don't have the camera set up right, but I'm just going to show you. It's strength times 100 in weight units, where each coin weighs 1. I have recently, after years of doing this, decided I don't like doing that, so I just have a instead of adding up all the stuff you're carrying, I just say the single heaviest object would be limited by your strength. So 4,900 is the single heaviest object I can carry, and all the coins count as 1 object. That's the way I do it. Anyway, let's see what I roll. Not triples. That would be fun if I rolled triples, but alas, it is 110 silver. So right here on my SP slot, I will write 110. And the way it works is kind of like most games where it's 10 to 1. So this is basically 11 gold pieces, but heavier. And Ryan says, oh yeah, I guess it's vaping now, referring to the earlier subject. And I know Stu smokes sausages. Okay. And I didn't get a jewel, so yeah, no magic, no jewels. Oh man, look at the magic chart. Take a peek. The robes of touch me something. Okay, that's enough cheating.
Touch me not.
Oh, touch me not. Okay. Here's what he's talking about. The robes of touch me not. Get it? Get it? Or is it could not? Okay, back to, I wrote down paragraph 18. Need to hire a dedicated cameraman, maybe. Know anybody?
We need to hire someone.
Almost through. This is where we were. After collecting, go to 31. Okay, I should have just wrote down 31 probably. So you said I eat the sausage and I smoke. All right. "31. You come into a room that has a purple, orange, and blue, the royal colors of Kazan, tunic laid out on a couch. It is just your size and bears the national emblem of Kazan in an embroidered design on the front. You may put it on if you wish. There's also 1 weapon in the room. To see what it is, go to 91.
Well, we have to put it on. It's our size, which means.
Okay, so shall we wear the Kazan tunic?
I think so.
I'm not sure yet if it's worth writing that down.
Probably doesn't do anything.
I have an idea of what happens here, but I won't spoil it. Okay, let's see what the weapon in the room is. This could be something to help us kill people. That's what weapons are, right? That's what they're for. Well, people and monsters.
I hope it's better than a spear.
There is a weapon in this room, and it seems to have been chosen just for you. Oh, roll 1d6 to see what it is. Blue die. Okay, it could be. Well, you see what it could be. 5. That is a common spear. Okay, I had a crappy goblin spear, which was worth 3 dice.
This one's 3 dice plus 1.
This one is 3 dice plus 1. Alright, so we're going to write it on the character sheet. It says common spear. I don't know if that matters much. That's common. But hey, it's slightly better than the other spear. I'll take it. And Ryan says a misspelled kukri, huh? I usually see it spelled, well, I know the word from Tunnels and Troll, actually. I usually see it spelled like this, but without the E at the end.
Yeah, I thought there was no E.
But I think, given that, I think it's like an Indian dagger or something like that, so it's probably not one single spelling. You know, it comes from a whole other, you know, language and alphabet and everything. I don't know.
I've
I'm
seen
just
it
talking.
in Team Fortress 2.
And Team Fortress 2?
Yeah,
They have
it's
a
one of the melees,
Oh, okay.
I think.
If you equip yourself with the weapon you find, go to 54. This makes me like, oh, I don't know about this. Shall we do it?
I mean,
Let's do it.
that's what I would do in real life
Wrote it down on the character sheet.
if it was in real life. I'd use the better spear.
Funny thing is, it could be. It says it's made. Looks like it's made just for you, but it could be a weapon that you're too weak to carry, depending on your strength,
Hey.
or too weak to wield. I mean, like a broadsword requires a certain amount
Well,
of
then
strength.
it's made for you so you can have a weapon, but you can't use it. So they make fun of you. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Which one?
Why'd this scare me? You've been transported into a magical arena. Is it the arena of Kazan? The weapon in your hand is enchanted to double its normal dice and adds. Go to 102 to discover what foe you must face. The enchantment on your weapon lasts only as long as you're in the arena, beyond time and space. If you kill your foe, you get your adventure points and treasure if any as listed. Then go to 84. If your foe slays you, then you have met your doom. Okay, let's go to 102, and we will write our paragraph with 54. Excuse me, I'm belchy tonight. I apologize. Nobody wants to hear burping in the microphone, I'm sure. Isn't it amazing with the wonders of technology today? I can burp right into your living room from thousands of miles
Well, that's
away.
why we have so many viewers.
Probably. That's why I have so many likes. We have 8 likes today. Thank you, guys.
More likes than viewers.
More likes than viewers. That means people have liked and left. Okay. Stu said, I like the last sentence. If your foe slays you, you have met your doom. No kidding. Here's the wandering monster list. So we are fighting them not in a wandering capacity, but in an arena setting.
Okay. So these could be dangerous.
Yes. Oh my, yes.
Cave dragon.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, if we roll cave dragon, I think we're done.
Yeah, well, let's not worry about it. Yeah. Would you like to do the honors so I can blame you?
It'll be my fault.
I'm gonna blame him if we die. Let me zoom in on the overhead cam to see our wonderful die roll, your wonderful die roll, or terrible die roll if it's a 2. I declare if you roll a 2, it's doubles and roll over.
Yeah.
You rolled a 2. How did
I
you
rolled
do
a
that?
2.
How did you do that? Damn you! All right, I think that's the end of us, unfortunately.
Oh, get doubles, add, and roll over.
Nah, let's go with it. I mean, I can stretch the rules of the game a little bit,
I'm
but
joking.
come on, we have to roll it down.
That's not good.
All right, here we are. Well, we have double the spear roll, but that's not going to help us. Okay, here it is. 9 feet long, 9 feet high, whitish green scales. Sorry, let me
It's a
move this. Constitution 208 gets 21 dice
21 dice.
and 104 adds. There's no way.
How many dice do we get? We get like
We use
7.
our spear doubles, and it would be 6, and we add 4 because of our level,
So
so
we get
10.
10.
If we,
No way we're winning.
yeah, even if we look up whether we can dual wield, it's not going to matter. It's
We can. Don't you have like a? Can you go berserk?
good try, Berserk.
What does that do?
Berserk is it's something I want to like more, but I don't. It's not it's not too useful except when you're very weak to begin with. What it is you lose all your ads. So right there, that's a big
That's
disadvantage.
not good.
But all the dice you roll, for every duplicate die, you kind of add and re-roll. So like say you're rolling,
It doesn't sound very good.
it can be if you're very low level, but basically something like this. So I have no ads, but I rolled these. Look, I rolled multiple fours, so I get to do it. Add all these guys up, then roll these again, and then that would be the end of it, basically.
You rolled the two threes that you got.
Well,
Again.
I think it's only it's a separate roll sort of like. So if I roll this, right?
Yeah.
Re-rolling these guys. If one of these comes up three, I don't think it matches with this three. It's like its own little,
So it doesn't match with
own little pool at this point. I
Well, then
think.
if you had six or more, you could just go forever. I think.
Yeah, if you, yeah, right. If you had six or more dice, you would go forever if you could match the previous roll. And Ryan says, "Don't cheat, Mark." All right, I'm not gonna cheat, but I wish there was some thing I could do. It just doesn't look like there's anything. It doesn't say here that you can run away, right? Well,
No.
shall we make up an on-the-fly ruling that's going to be difficult, but give us a small chance, like some kind of saving roll we can make?
You could do it like.
And by the way, Ken would approve, an author of this game and this adventure. He'd approve if we come up with something judicious. It could be something like um, a runaway roll. Like you could roll against our speed to see if we get away. And if we fail, then it does a full roll of damage on
What
us, which would
about
kill us.
the giant? Like when you're fighting the giant, you could do like to make a saving roll, I think.
Uh-huh.
And if you fail the saving roll, then you get hit. But if you succeed, you dodge it, or something like that. I don't remember how it works.
I think you're talking about in Buffalo Castle, if I recall.
Yeah, I remember
Okay.
that.
Yeah, we should make it really hard, though. We shouldn't.
Yeah,
should
that's
give
kind
ourselves.
too easy.
Should give ourselves a tiny chance. You could argue it's a cheat, Ryan, but again, I think Ken would approve. He probably will when he watches this later. He might be watching now, in fact. Yeah. So what do? We could say we could make some kind of super critical attack with our dexterity saving roll, or just run away with speed, or I don't know.
Make. Well, it says.
Is what?
It says you can't run away, but I mean we're just making up stuff.
Okay.
You could do like a level 3 saving roll on speed to see if we run away.
Where does it say you can't run away?
I thought it just said like.
Back in the other paragraph.
Yeah, like you get teleported there.
Okay. Am I? Yeah. No, not 18. It was 54. Yeah, I guess it probably can't run away. You were beyond time. I don't know. I want to give us some kind of chance. I'm just lacking inspiration. Okay, what if? Here's what I'm making up. I'm gonna make it really hard just because I don't want to be cheesy, right? You don't want to be like, well, what if I make a level 1 saving roll with my strength to instantly hack its head off with my strength of 20? No, but what if we'll make something up, right? Extremely hard. He comes at us. He roars. And he opens up his mouth really loud to roar. And what we do in that quick moment is we're gonna make 2 saving rolls. We're gonna make a level 1 speed saving roll first, which is hard enough to see if we can react fast enough. So we're gonna take one of our spears, we have to, and hurl it directly down its throat. And so we're gonna have make a speed saving roll to react in time, and then a dexterity saving roll to actually aim correctly.
Well, dexterity. What level should the dexterity?
We'll have to make it very high. We'll make that a 50 minus dex. I'm not sure what level that is. So we'll need a 13 or higher after our 12 or higher to react in time. So it's like Ryan said, did you throw a trident? I'm going to throw one of the spears. Does that sound fair, guys?
Yeah, sure. That's
all right.
Difficult.
It's difficult. You want to do it or should I?
You do the first one, I'll do the second one.
All right, I'll do the first one. Do we react in time or do we freeze up when it's open?
Lose? More importantly, do we lose Constitution for these saving
Yes, we do. So, okay. Or do we panic in fear or do we quickly whip out a spear and toss it? Here we go. 12 or higher we need.
Doubles.
Double down, reroll. Oh, we fail. Okay, so much for that idea.
So, we fail to react in time and the dragon eats us.
Basically, no, let's do it in normal combat. Let's roll
Normal.
one. Let's roll one combat round just for
Do we even have 21 dice?
for the formality of it. We can figure it out. Cave dragon. Um, con 208. Holy Moses. 21 dice plus 104. Meanwhile, Gort on the other side versus Gort has 15 con at the moment. Hey, Arturo, you're here. Can we have them wear luchador? Mark and Rob Bob arm wrestle. Whoever wins gets to beat enemy in this game. Okay. Con 15. Uh, we roll. Let's say we can use both spears, and this one counts as double. So we have 9 dice plus our level gives us 13 dice. And this spear, sorry, I'm not showing the sheet. This spear actually has a double of the +1. I know it's getting very mathy now. Plus our innate adds of 66. So we're going to say we get to add 68. Yeah, it's hopeless, but let's just do it. All right,
They'll roll all
let's
ones.
pile out the dice. All right, so Cave Dragon's gonna roll a 21.
That's not
let's
21.
let's we don't have to have 20. Let's roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then we'll roll 10 after that. This is ridiculous. Okay.
A
Oh,
lot of sixes.
10, 20, 30, 36,
There's a 36.
and then 10 more dice on top of that. And there's 3 spite. I'm not gonna bother keeping track of the spite. This is just a formality. Holy Moses. Okay. Wow, that's quite a roll. 10, 20, 30, 40, 49. I think I did it right. Maybe someone could call me out if I did it wrong. 80. This should be 85, right?
What'd you roll?
36 plus 49. That's the dice part. And then we add 104 for a total of 189. All right, can we beat 189?
Don't think that's possible. Do we have to roll 10 dice?
13.
13?
Yeah.
Oh, dual wielding?
Yeah, I decided I could do wield the spheres without even validating.
That doesn't seem right, but it's probably fine. It's not like we're gonna win anyway.
Actually, this game is very generous with the things you can dual wield.
Yeah.
So it's probably possible. I just didn't want to bother looking it up. And we're dead anyway, so it's almost like who cares. All right, so this is 10 dice and 3 more. We could just roll for Berserk. Nah, I didn't want to bother.
Marka and Robar.
Margaret and Robar. Okay. By the way, there is a lot of die rolling in this game, as you can see. You roll a lot of dice. Some people actually, what you can do is you can simplify. You can just you can break down. Maybe every 10 dice you replace with just 2 or 1 even, and you multiply accordingly. So a lot of people do that just because it gets crazy. As long as you're consistent with how it works, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, this is 20, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
30 and 40 plus my 68 gives us 108, which means we lose by 81.
But we have 4 armor, which we can stretch to 8.
All right, let's say we went berserk. Let's just say for the sake of argument, we went berserk. The way that works is
You just use a bigger.
our ads are gone, so this means we're screwed right away. But Ryan says use a bigger die, like 20
I
sides.
thought you meant like physically bigger.
Oh, large 6 sided. By the way, I've been thinking of. I don't want to get too into this right now. I've been thinking of coming up with alternate rules for ways you could attack. Like maybe berserk would keep your strength adds, and I don't know. Just coming up with alternate things because berserk is kind of useless once you get higher level than like ultra weak. But we're gonna roll.
Maybe it could be like your ads, but you still take some damage no matter what. I don't know.
Could be the way the berserk now works now is you actually get tired and your strength goes down. But here are all the duplicates of dice. So if we play by the rules with berserk, we get to add and reroll all these dice. It just our adds don't factor in, so there's no way we're going to do it. But let's give it a try. So what do we have here? Instead of our 108, we have there's a lot of math. 18, right? 20 plus 12 is 32 plus 8 is 40. So we have 40 so far, and we get to add and reroll all these things separately. No, I've played D&D. I know what you mean by
I've
the
never
20
played D&D. I've only played this.
I have polyhedral dice somewhere. I prefer playing this game, and generally I just play games that use D6s usually. I don't like messing with a zillion different kinds of dice. But yeah, I've seen all the different kinds of dice, even the weird ones that like Dungeon Crawl Classics uses. If you want to look that up, look up the dice used by Dungeon Crawl Classics. Anyway, let's re-roll these 3 6s.
I have to look that up now.
Okay.
Let's see what that is.
So we rolled a 10, and this guy is done, and we re-roll these 2s. And another 10 there. So these dice are all done. Now these 4 2s we can re-roll. Alright, so that's 12, 15, and this die is done, and these we can re-roll. And that's a 14, and these dice are done.
Alright, so what's the total?
I have to add them all up. It's not going to be better, though.
It's probably worse.
Probably. Now these 4 we can re-roll. Okay, that is an extra 9. And these guys are done. These 2 we can re-roll. Extra 9. These are done. It's up to these 2 dice. We have to roll double forever.
Alright. Roll 2 6s.
Alright, we're on the right track. It's 4. 8. Keep going. Big money, no
going.
money. Ah, it's the end of our luck. Okay, let's add them all up. 40, 50, 60, 75, 89, 98, right? Yeah. And then 107. Yeah. 111, 119, 125. Hey, that's actually better than our 108, but we're still dead.
Still dead.
So we went berserk. We went down swinging with our 2 spears. Ah! Yep.
That was almost like that one time where we rolled like look at like the first video that we made. Where we rolled
Yeah,
3 dice. I don't remember what it was.
you guys in the audience, you can check out later. Oh, it's only 3 people left anymore, but we got 10
All
likes.
3 of you.
But there's a video of Goblin Lake. If you actually just search for Goblin Lake on YouTube, you can do it later because we're still playing. Don't leave now.
Don't leave.
But you can find the video we made, and there is an insane saving roll that we rolled, which was something like, oh, we need a 25. Oh, look at this. We rolled a 10, and then we rolled again, and it was like, another 6 with doubles, and then we rolled 12.
We
It was
made
just
it.
insane. All right. Well, this character,
Match
he was doing
Doom.
great, man. He was doing great, but the cave dragon was a really unfortunate roll. That too.
Could have gotten a naked human with a spear.
Yeah, I mean, we could have had to fight, anything between that cave dragon and this naked human with a bamboo spear. The poor fellow has been down here so long that he has gone mad and sees you as food. He's very tired of eating frogs, and that would have been cake. We could have killed him, but.
Could have gotten an evil dwarf.
That's the end of Gort. Gort had a good run, but alas, he is naked and doomed. No, he's not naked. He had the loincloth from the sweaty goblin.
And he had the tunic, which he didn't write
Oh yeah,
down.
I didn't write down the Kazan tunic. But that's that. Yeah. What do you guys think? Was that fun? I had fun.
I had fun.
And I'm gonna roll up another character. Do you want to roll it up, or do you want to head to bed?
I think I might just go to bed,
Okay.
honestly.
Rob Bob, he usually goes to bed around this time, and I continue to stream because I'm a night owl, I guess.
Good night,
Okay,
everybody.
he says good night.
And goodbye.
Have a good night, mister. You'll get eggs in the morning if you're good. With bacon, perhaps. Okay, now it's truly a solo adventure session. So yeah, Ryan is checking out Stu. Stu always streams on Saturday night as well. I see Arturo is still here. I don't know who else is still here. Um, oh yeah, that was a sad end for Gort, the Gristle Grim Dwarf. But honestly, that was a good run though. Usually in Naked Doom, it's like each character lasts about 5 minutes, especially if you don't remember the exact paths that you want to go. Because I was very rusty, and Rob Bob is well, he did play this a couple times years ago, a couple years ago, and yeah, basically we were both rusty. But yeah, let's do it again. We're gonna do it again. So we're back to Run Dog, and we're gonna roll up a new character. Now, Dwarf is an obvious choice for warriors, and they're quite good at that. But we could pick something else entirely. I wonder if this will look better with my light like that. Yeah, it looks a little better. Okay. It's a matter of the light on my phone doing that. That was fun. But next up, I mean, I was pretty confident he was doing well and that he could possibly make it out alive. But alas, rip Gort. And on to our next character. So let's choose between one of the basic character kindreds. Let me know what you guys think. I will pull it up right here. Um, Human. Pick a non-dwarf. There's two different kinds of dwarves, as we kind of talked about. But we can go with elf. We could probably pick. We can pick fairy if we're a little bit imaginative and saying, all these things about involving bridges and jumping. We could say their flying is imperative. We could always pick a hob. They can be surprisingly good at combat, the little hobbits. They said you couldn't pick a centaur. I don't really see why not. I guess they're just very kind of powerful with the strength and constitution, though. I'm kind of inclined to just pick a hob. And by the way, obviously that means a hobbit. They didn't want to use the word hobbit. They used to in older editions, but at one point, I don't know if it was deluxe edition or before that, they removed all kind of Tolkien references, even like orcs. They're now uruks. Hobbits are hobs. Even balrogs are, I think, balrooks. So I don't know if there was any legal threat there, or maybe a legal advisor said you guys don't have the money for lawyers, so just preemptively avoid token copyright or something like that. Arturo says a leprechaun called halfling. It's only fair. We could bend the rules and pick a leprechaun. The thing is, they are inherently magical beings, and in this adventure, they said you cannot have anybody who does magic. Um, we probably could just fake it. Just, really, that they only wrote that you can't be a wizard and they drain your brain if you pick one because they didn't want to write wizardry into the into the game. That's my opinion. I think we could play as the leprechaun. It's just that without magic, I guess they're probably pretty weak though. So maybe we shouldn't. Arturo says dwarf. Well, we just play as a dwarf. Now humans, by the way, they're very average in every way except to compensate for all their attributes being super average. Whenever they make a saving roll, they get to roll twice. So they get to roll twice. If they fail the first time, they roll again. And that's a huge advantage, but their lack of strong attributes makes them hard to advance. They usually die early. Oh, maybe let's make a human. I don't know. Or hobbit is, says Arturo. Okay, we'll go with the hob. All right, so we got a hob. We have Fatty Fat, the hob. I guess you missed the beginning earlier, Arturo. That's okay. But that's probably why you didn't know that we had a dwarf. Let's see if I can make this more zoomed in. Fatty Fat, the hob, and he will be a warrior. Okay. Sorry, Gort, you have to go into the sleigh stack where we put all the dead people. Okay, so if we look at the multipliers for a hobbit, excuse me. Okay, so as I was saying, if you look at the multipliers, uh, Hobbit gets half the strength, double the con, an extra 50% dexterity, extra 50% luck, and that's basically it. The rest are the same. So we pull out the old 3d6. Let's get ready to have that strength roll. All right, that is a 12, which unfortunately goes down to a 6. Dexterity is multiplied by 1.5. Oof, that hurts. Okay, roll a 7. We'll go with rounding up. It becomes an 11. That's unfortunate. Constitution is doubled because hobs are tough little buggers. Oh man, these rolls. Alright. 8 becomes 16. Charisma is remains the same for a hob. 7. Oh. Luck 50% bonus, 1.5 multiplier in other words. 11 and then half again makes that 17, I believe. Intelligence remains the same. 8. Wizardry probably won't be used. That's for spellcasting, but he has a good wizardry for a non-spellcaster. And speed always remains the same. That is a 10. Okay, pretty mediocre hob, but his luck is good, and that's enough to give him 5 adds. So I guess you missed this part, Arturo, but your combat adds are the adds that you add to your die rolls in combat, and the way they are determined is strength, luck, dexterity, and speed can all contribute. For every point greater than 12, you get an add. It's called a combat add. And basically that means I get 5 from my luck and the rest do not contribute. Talents, we're actually level 1. Our last character started at level 2. The way level is determined is basically you divide all the attributes by 10, drop the remainder, and the largest number you have is your level. That's a fancy way of saying just look at the first digit. Well, that's the mathematically precise way, but you're basically looking at the first digit and that's your level, the highest one. But in the case of the single digits, those don't count. So we're level 1 because we have something in the teens, essentially. Alright, so, yeah, we don't have any equipment because in this adventure, you start out naked and afraid. You have no gold, no silver, no anything. All we have to pick now is talents. We are level 1, so we pick 1. Can we pick horseback riding? That'll come in useful. Now, why don't we go with acrobatics, even though he's pretty clumsy for a hob. Now, anytime you guys have to help me out, by the way. Anytime there's a saving roll, this is something you as a you as a player have to make a judgment call on. When could it apply? Like if I choose acrobatics, it's not going to say in the text if you have acrobatics, you can, if you have an acrobatic talent, you can use it here. It'll say, you have to tumble out of the way of the trap or something like that. And you have to think, oh, I can use acrobatics talent to add to my saving roll number. Anyway, let's string this guy. Whee! Poor Gort, he was so promising. But here we are. So I won't read through all this again. But here we are. We have been, let's come up with a crime that we committed. Okay, this hobbit was, he, and Arturo, by the way, you missed the intro, I assume, but in this whole adventure, you are put in this situation. There's a tunnel 100 feet ahead, and then it turns a corner, and you were put into this place because you committed a crime, and this is where the city of Kazan um, puts their criminals. And so I was probably, being fatty fat, I was probably stealing a piece of cheese, or maybe a hamburger, if they have hamburgers in Troll World. And I was caught. They said they threw me into this little puddle with the tunnel, and they have their guards shooting arrows at me, and they say, "Run, dog!" So I have to run, try to turn that corner, and see what horrors await me. Um, turn to 1. Here is the full picture with the caption "Run, dog." But it always starts out, these two guards are shooting their arrows at you. Last time we got hit by one arrow, but we managed to deal with it okay. In fact, we dealt with the whole adventure very well until we rolled the cave dragon as a random monster to encounter. Okay, the bowmen behind you are excellent shots. They could easily hit you if you ran in a straight line. I'm going to try to speak softer because I got a little bit of a, you know, pain from speaking too long. My voice is getting a little hoarse, I guess you could say. Hey, thanks for whoever just liked the stream. 11 likes is, I believe, my record. It might say 12 on your end. For some reason, Ryan tells me, every time he tells me the number of likes I have, it's one more than what I see on my end. Anyway, you'll have to run fast and dodge well to escape. If you already have speed, yeah. If you make both saving rolls go to 49, yeah, so it's one on speed and one on luck. So we have to be speedy and lucky to dodge these arrows. And we are not great at speed. Our character has 10 speed. That's okay-ish. But we are good at luck. We have 17 luck. So let's do the speed one first. If we can pull that off, we're probably good. If not, we're probably in trouble. And Arturo says stealing food is a serious crime in Hobbiton. Yeah, I think you're right. So we need a 10 or higher. And to explain to you, Arturo, since again I think you just joined in. How saving rolls work is if it's a level 1 saving roll, which this is, you have to take the number 20, subtract the attribute that you're making the saving roll on, in this case speed, and that's the number you have to roll. You have to roll that or higher. So in this case, I have to make a roll of 10 or higher, and as always, doubles are add and roll over. So if I roll a 6, I have not lost. I get to take a 6, roll again, and for this example, it would be 6 plus 9 equals 15, and I would pass the roll, but that was just a demo. So now let's see what I really roll. I need to get a 10 or higher. I rolled an 8, so I got shot by one arrow, unfortunately. And the second arrow, anything but the auto fail of 3 will do. Okay, I passed that one. Take some adventure points for that. And yeah, so I got hit by 1. So it's just like last time. We got hit by 1, but not the other. So go to 2. Oh, it's right here. For each saving roll you missed, you were hit in the back with 1 arrow. Each arrow that, yeah, we know the deal. I guess I'll read it over anyway. Each arrow that hits you takes 10 off your constitution. Furthermore, they were poisoned. Every time you are asked to make a saving roll of any kind, take 1 more point of con. If you are now dead, you have met your doom. If you still live despite having arrows in your back, you may crawl to safety around the corner. So we took 10 damage and we have 6 constitution left. And we have to remember any other time we are told to make a saving roll, we take another damage. So that's pretty rough. I don't think this hobbit is going to last very long. I mean the hob, sorry. "49. You dodge the arrows while one of them and get safely around the corner. The tunnel here is much darker, but there is enough light from phosphorescent moss." It's always convenient, that phosphorescent moss. Like you're in some kind of dungeon, let's not worry about them lighting torches and stuff. There's phosphorescent moss. So that you can dimly see. The passage divides into 3 separate tunnels. You can go left, up the middle, or right. You pick, Arturo, or anybody else in the audience. Last time, actually, I went up the middle, so I want to do left or right this time. You guys can pick for me left or right. In the meantime, I'm going to scratch my mustache, because that's what I do. Maybe I'll take a comb to it. Where's my mustache comb anyway? Arturo says right, let's do it. All right, we're going to 62. Oh, I remember this one. Okay. You walk for a long way and come out in a small room with 2 swords stuck halfway up their blades into the stone wall. Beneath each sword is one word. The first says hopeless. The second says hero. You probably remember some legends about magical swords stuck into stone, and even if you don't, you may be desperate enough to try to pull one of the swords loose. If you try to pull out the hopeless sword, go to 15. If you wish to try for the hero sword, which is by far the larger, go to 63. If you don't want to try for either of them, you can walk back to the 3 tunnels. Go to 49 and try another branch. So I know the outcomes of these, so I'm letting the peanut gallery choose. That means you and the audience. It seems like Arturo is the only active chatter right now, so you can pick Arturo. But if anybody else wants to chat, please feel free to do so. I like chatting with you guys. That's why I do it. I like the interaction. That's why I do the whole streaming thing. But yeah, I'm gonna go with hopeless or hero. And Arturo says go with hopeless. All right, I'm gonna go with the hopeless sword. That 15. Oh yeah, this should be an interesting moment. Okay, try to make a first level saving roll on each attribute in order. So 20 minus each attribute. If you miss all 8, go to 73. If you make even 1, go to 26. Interesting, huh? All right, so nothing, nothing we can do to control this. We just have to roll. So let's roll. Okay, so one is we have to fail them all. I think that's the goal. All right, it's gonna be hard to fail them all. It should not be hard to fail most of them. First of all, strength. And I'm gonna keep a running tally of the numbers rolled because they all add up to your adventure points when you make saving rolls. So strength, we need a 14 or higher. That has a 7, a fail. Dexterity, we need a 9 or higher. That is a 7, a fail. We have current constitution of... Oh no, we're dead. Because every saving roll, because of the poison, it knocks down our constitution. But okay, I'm gonna bend the rules and say this whole episode only knocks our constitution by 1. You could easily argue that's cheating, but we're bending the rules a little bit. Because the reason why it would kill us is because each one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's 8 saving rolls. So yeah, classic fatty fat, says Arturo. Well, I know you missed the intro, Arturo, but this whole dungeon is designed to be extremely challenging. You just die a lot, and the whole point of it, at least my interpretation of the point of it, is that you take a whole stack of character sheets like this that I have, and you just kind of keep going through one character at a time. This one died, oh well. This one died, oh well. But I'm gonna be a little bit loose with the rules and say that we're only gonna lose 1 constitution from this whole episode. But we're still probably gonna die anyway. Constitution, we need a 14 or higher. Wow, look at that, 12. So we made it, and that's 17 altogether. We made the Constitution one. Charisma, 5. Luck, that was a fail on the charisma, by the way. Luck, we passed with an 11. IQ, we failed with a 7. Whiz, failed with a 4. And speed, failed with a 4. Okay, so we get all these adventure points. I'll do the math later if it matters. So we did not fail all the saving rolls. We were not inept enough to get the hopeless sword. We're just inept enough to be a crappy character, but not inept enough to get the magical sword. Okay, go to 26, it says. Oh, it's actually, for some reason I thought I was trying to fail them all, but it says if you made any of your saving rolls, add 10 points to each attribute that you succeed on. I don't know which ones did I succeed on. And we're going to knock down my con by 1, we were saying. Because we're being a little bit bendy with the rules. Okay, so I have them all written down here. I passed Constitution. Wait, I rolled a 17 with, yeah, so I passed Constitution. And luck. And that's it, I think. Let me just go over this again, I'm sorry. Failed that one, passed that one, Fail. Fail. Yeah, so okay, we passed Constitution and Luck, meaning we gain 10 for Constitution and Luck, which actually means we're not that close to death now. I mean, it was bendy with the rules, but because we're going to add 10 to our Constitution, so we have a max of 26 and a current Constitution of 15, if you can see that. And then the Luck we passed, so we have 27 Luck now. Wow. And that adds 10 to our add, so we are basically capable in combat, perhaps, as long as we don't find a cave dragon. Okay, yeah, so a deep voice booms. Let's read the whole thing. If you made any of your saving rolls, add 10 points to each attribute that you succeeded on. The sword remains stuck in the wall. A deep voice booms. Not entirely hopeless. If you wish to try for this sword again, go to 75. I'm letting you choose Artura because I know the outcomes. Or anybody else in the chat. Again, I want to chat with you guys. Anybody else may chime in like the booming voice. But yeah, we can try for the sword again, or try for the hero sword instead, or give up and head back. All right. Okay. Arturo says 75. We're going to try for the sword again. Classic fatty fat. Two, two deep voices thunder. You get just one chance. You only go around once in this life. A stone door slides across the passage behind you, and the room magically, instantly begins to fill up with beer. You drown. You have met your doom. Thanks, Arturo. I'm only kidding. That was, totally unexpected. I mean, I knew that was coming, but I mean, there was no reason for you to know for you to know that was going to happen. The best I can figure is you should be able to surmise that it wouldn't let you keep rolling and add 10 to your attributes every time. So you could figure that something else other than making those rolls would happen. But there's no way you could have guessed that the beer incident would happen. Hey, Brennan, how's it going? I recognize your name from one of the Facebook groups. And he says, good night. Good to see some live TNT. Cool. Thanks for stopping by, Brendan. Good night to you as well. And good night to Mr. Fatty Fat the Hob, who he cheated death by my bending of the rules a little bit. But alas, he has drowned in beer. I guess that's not the worst way to go. I mean, there's worse things to drown in. Yeah, Fatty Fat is no more. Next, who's next? And what crime did he commit? What character kindred should he be? All that stuff. Anybody who wants to chime in, please feel free to do so. But yeah, here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to actually do the order a little bit different. I'm going to roll the attributes, the raw die rolls first, and then I'm going to choose the kindred after, and then do all the multiplying and stuff. But if anybody has an idea for what they'd like to see for the character type or character kin, let me know. And we can go. We can always go with one of the weird, obscure ones in the book, even like the monsters, as long as it fits with the theme. The general theme is I don't know what the general theme is. In the intro, it said it shouldn't be somebody too big, like a troll or a centaur. And I think we want to avoid fairies because the flying doesn't really fit with all the jumping over chasms and stuff like that. But we can be flexible. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna start rolling. Strength. That's a 9, pretty average. Dexterity. 10, very average. Constitution. 12, slightly above average. Charisma. 11, about average. We have average man coming. Average man. Oh, defender of truth, justice, and mediocrity. He actually has a good luck. That's actually quite a good luck for a raw roll of 16. If we pick, if we pick, say, a hobbit again, that'll get multiplied to by 1.5, and it would become a 24. So that would be quite good. I'm throwing dice around the table, unfortunately. Where'd it go? Ah, it hid behind my water bottle. Okay, IQ. That's a decent roll, 13. Wizardry, which is useless. Dump stat, I guess. That's an 8. And lastly, we have a speed of 9. I'm not rolling great with the speed, but obviously, the arrows in the first paragraph require a speed roll, so it's nice to have some good speed. But that is our character. What do you guys say about the kindred? We could choose, we could just go with a human even, maybe. Just let's try it. Any ideas? We could even try a leprechaun if you want, but we have to pretend that he isn't the rare breed of unmagical leprechaun. So we would have to say he doesn't have any spells, and his natural ability to teleport we'll just say he can't use it or something. I don't know, just an idea. I don't know if you were saying Brennan to leave, good night, Brennan, to leave, or you're saying good evening kind of a thing. But if you're still here, Brennan, you could chime in as well. Arturo said, let's do a human. All right, let's go with a human. We have a human warrior. Now, a human, they're piles of mediocrity, essentially. But they do have the nice ability of they can re-roll a saving roll that they fail. And that is actually quite huge. The problem is their low stats mean they don't usually last long anyway. But if they do get past a low level and their stats beef up a lot, then they have this really great natural ability forever. So he's level 1. And I was going to call him Dumb Boy, but he's not quite dumb enough. Um, we could call him something related to his luck. His name is just going to be Lucky Charms. I don't know. I got nothing. And his ads are going to be 4 just due to his luck. Everything else is in the average zone. Talents. Let's pick a talent. I'm going to actually go nuts this time and open up the great big manual that is the Tunnels and Trills manual. And this time we can pick from the massive list of talents. And normally, before I was kind of not inclined to even go there because, it, you know, it's a it's referring to the large book, and there are some handy pre-selections for you already in the Naked Do manual. But I'm deciding to just go nuts for no apparent reason and open up the big book that is the Deluxe T&T manual. But yeah, let's find talents, though. We have to actually find where it is. By the way, I have some autographs here. Um, Ken St. Andre, he is the author, original designer of TNT, as well as this particular adventure. Rick Loomis, rest in peace. He was the founder of Flying Buffalo. He passed away in, I believe, 2019, and he's very important to the gaming world. He founded Flying Buffalo in the 70s. He invented, I should be careful with my words because I don't want to, misattribute anything, but I'm pretty sure he invented play-by-mail games aside from the basic chess and diplomacy. He invented some cool play-by-mail games, like there was one called Star Web, which was kind of like a space empire kind of thing. Heroic Fantasy, which was sort of like Tunnels and Trolls, but a play-by-mail game. And Mr. Steve Crompton, who he picked up. I mean, he does a lot of work. He's an artist and art director. When Rick Loomis passed, I think he just took over Flying Buffalo. Anyway, I have some nice signatures there. I just have to get Liz Danforth. I like her artwork a lot, and maybe Mr. Bear Peters. Anyway, talents. Let's go to, I think, 64. Oh, here we go, actually, 69. Quite a large book. That's why it's the deluxe manual, right? Okay, here's our talent list. We can pick pretty much anything we want. Quite frankly, it's almost not really worth the effort in a sense because 99% chance my guy's gonna die anyway. But I just thought it'd be fun to pick this up and flip through it a bit. So let me know if something catches your eye. Otherwise, I'll just pick something. And the way talents work is anytime you're required to make a saving roll, if your talent could possibly pertain to the context of the saving roll, you get to add 3 because of your talent. And that's the basic talent system that I'm going to use. There's a more advanced one where you can upgrade different levels of the talent and the bonus upgrades along with that. But I like just the simplicity of it, of the +3. So Arturo says Poisoner. Where do you see Poisoner? I mean, even if it's not there, we could just pick it. But here we go, Poisoner. All right, we're going to go with Poisoner. I don't think it's going to be useful in this, unless you rationalize that somehow your knowledge of poison means that the poison damages you less. That seems like a stretch, though. All right, I'm going to go with it anyway. We're going to go with poison. I'll say that it should apply anytime you have a chance or an opportunity to poison someone else, which I don't think will come up. Maybe it will, because I don't know every little paragraph. All right, so we'll throw out, we'll put the massive tome aside now and jump back to the game. We actually have to write down poisoner talent. And we're going to go back to Run Dog. Thanks for joining me, everyone, tonight and making this my most liked live stream ever, I think. I know most people have left by now because I've been going for like two plus hours, but I really appreciate it. I see 11 likes. According to what Ryan always tells me, there's always one more like than it actually tells me. So maybe there's 12 likes, and that's really cool. I like playing TNT. I like streaming. So I'm really happy right now. But yeah, Run Dog. We're back here. I didn't mean to tap him right there. That was accidental. I mean, Lucky Charms, not a leprechaun, but he is a lucky human. But yeah, let's just make the saving rolls. Speed first, that's going to be the tough one. And actually, this is tough because if we fail speed, we're down to 2 constitution, and then every subsequent saving roll will do 1 damage, and that's going to be very bad. So I'm expecting I'm going to fail speed and pass luck, but who knows, it could be the opposite. Or there's a small chance I could fail both of them, or pass both of them. Anyway, speed first, we need 11 or higher. 9, not quite. We didn't quite pull that off. We'll take our 9 adventure points. And the luck, just need a 4 or higher. Okay, we passed the luck. We got doubles, so we get to add and re-roll. And that's a 5, so our total was 13. So we have 22 adventure points for what that's worth. But we did take the arrow to the back, and therefore we have 2 constitution, and every saving roll is going to nick that down by 1. So we're not in good shape. It's those arrows are terrible. You need good speed and luck to have a chance in this game, pretty much, in this particular adventure. But let's keep going. Miss both, go to 2. Yeah, we know the deal. Go to 49. Should we roll for the swords again? What do you? Oh, no, I can't in good conscience do that with my 2 constitution. Even if I bend the rules again and say that I only lose 1 constitution for the 8 saving rolls, I don't know about that. I'll only have 1 con left at that point. But what we did do is the first character went in the middle, the second went right. Why don't we just have Mr. Lucky Charms here go to the left? So that is paragraph 13. By the way, the plan is I'm going to play this all night until I emerge victorious. I'm only kidding because that could take till like 3 a.m. or something. And quite honestly, my voice is already kind of sore. But let's see. I'm going to keep trying at least 1 or 2 more times after this. I'm already presuming this. I'm already presuming death here. That's how little faith I have in Mr. Lucky Charms. As you walk in this direction, you notice the air gets worse and worse, fouler and fouler. Make a first level saving roll on IQ, 20 minus IQ. Okay. Our IQ is 13, so let's see if we can do it. 7 or higher. 6, but it doubles. Nice. Plus 7 is 13. Let's take those adventure points. If you make it, go to 74. Good thing this is not Dumb Boy. Yeah, I was gonna name him Dumb Boy as is our tradition, But I realized his intelligence was pretty good. Oh, I forgot to use my, hold on. We're gonna cheat. Hold on. It's not cheating, it's just retroactively applying the human ability. This whole we're gonna do everything the same, but we're gonna say, remember the humans they get to re-roll a failed saving roll. I don't know why I forgot. I forget things like this sometimes. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna try to make the speed roll again, and if we pass this time, we're gonna undo the damage that we took, and our character is no longer poisoned. So we have another chance. We need an 11 or higher. No such luck. Okay. I guess I get to grab another 5 adventure points, though. I think that's how it works. So unfortunately, we still got the arrow in the back due to a lack of speediness. Um, but yeah, you recognize the bad smell as the odor of rock troll. Rock trolls never bathe. Dirtiness being next to demonliness in their piggish little red eyes. If you wish to go on, go to 3. If you wish to run back and try another tunnel, go to 49. So 49 is that 3 choicer. And well, I know what happens here either way. So you call it Arturo or Brendan if you're still there, or anybody else who is watching and would like to tell me which way to go. It's do I want to press on knowing that I smell a rock troll, or do I want to go back to the intersection with the 3 choices? So call it out in the chat. And what do you say, Arturo? There's not enough intelligence. There's not intelligence save roll high enough for dumb boy. Okay, and 3 we know Stu, so we can deal with other trolls. Okay, we're going to we're going to 3 to encounter the rock troll because Arturo is saying, hey, we deal with Stu all the time, and he's a troll. Stu is streaming right now, by the way. That's why he's not here to defend himself from our trollish accusations. Suddenly, a small, filthy, naked rock troll. So I wonder if he's been punished too. He's naked, right? Maybe he's in here too as punishment for a crime. He leaps out at you, and you must fight for your life. The troll has a monster rating of 30. It gets 4 dice and 15 ads. Yeah, I'm not in good shape. You get 1 dice because I have no weapons. Times your strength multiplier. Oh yeah, this is a weird thing. Right, this is a weird rule that I don't really understand the reasoning behind. I had forgotten about it completely. It is that when you fight barehanded, and I could dig up the rule in the deluxe manual, you get to multiply. Sorry about that. I don't know how long I was muted for, but I was basically explaining how with unarmed combat you figure in your multiplier. And that is your inherent kindred multiplier, which is a little weird to me, but that's how it works. I don't know which parts you heard or not. But here's where it explains that an unarmed fighter with no particular training gets 1d6 times his strength multiplier plus combat adds. This applies to non-humans as well, so a dwarf with a strength multiplier times 2 gets 2d6 plus combat adds when fighting barehanded. Warriors get 1d6 times their strength multiplier. A second level warrior would get 3d6. Alright, so I don't what I was trying to say was, it's weird to me that that's a thing because, to me, your strength figures into your combat ability by determining your adds. So I don't know why the multiplier that figured into calculating your strength would help in unarmed combat, but it's fine. It's just a rule I don't quite get. And as a human, I don't actually get any multiplier to strength, so it's kind of moot. But what I do get as a level 1 warrior, I get to add 1 die, because you add your level a number of dice rolled. However, that doesn't look good because this troll is stronger than me. He has 4 dice and 15 adds, where I have 2 dice and 4 adds. So I am not in great shape with this fellow. Well, let's roll it anyway, right? All right, I kind of need a new scrap paper, but let's just squeeze it in here. Um, Here's the rock troll and lucky charms. Let's just do some rolls and see what happens. It's a bad situation. 4 dice plus 15. This is his roll, by the way. He got um, 9, 11, 14, plus his adds of 15, so he got a 29 versus my yeah. All right. Let's see. It's not possible for me to beat 29. I could try the berserk thing again. It's funny how often I resort to berserk, but it usually does not save me. There is actually a rule to berserk that you can't be smart enough. If you're too smart, you can't berserk. Let me check that real quick. I might be too smart to be able to berserk. It's the smartest move I can make right now, but if I'm too smart, I can't do it. That's because I can't get myself into that primal rage if I have too much mental capacity, I guess. But I'm gonna look it up. Main rules index. Berserk combat, page 80. That's funny, it's the same page. Huh. Same page as the unarmed combat thing that I was looking at, but it's actually not that page. I find the index in this book sometimes tells you the wrong thing. Like I'm looking at page 80. That's the exact page I was on before about unarmed combat. But it doesn't actually, you can't see right now. It doesn't actually talk about Berserk on this page. Probably a couple pages later. Yeah, here we go. It's on page 82. So your IQ has to be 16 or less. That's all I wanted to look up. If you're too smart, you can't go Berserk. But let me show you the page I'm looking at, because why not? Let me grab the window that I'm clicking on. Oh, come on. Sorry about this. It's my inability to grab windows properly. Or video source thingy. Okay, so here's what Berserk looks like. You get this nice um, illustration. That must be a Carver. Yeah, Rob Carver. He always makes all his people and monsters and stuff look very sinewy and wrinkly. It's an interesting style. I like it, actually. I still maintain Liz Danforth is my favorite T&T artist, but I like Carver too. Sometimes fighters go all out without any sense of self-preservation, fueled by adrenaline and unthinking bloody-mindedness. We call such fighters berserkers and apply special rules. A player may only choose to have their character go berserk if their character's IQ is 16 or less. Any type of character using hand-to-hand weapons or bare hands may go combat crazy, becoming a whirlwind of steel and savagery. When a character goes berserk, they no longer get personal adds. Warriors lose their warrior level bonus. Oh, I missed that before. And the benefits of training that let them get extra mileage from their armor and shields. The berserker of Scandinavian history were said to fight clad in only a bear or wolf skin. In my case, I'm clad in even less. We let warriors keep their armor, but get no special benefit from it. The benefit from Berserker Gang is that the fighter gets to roll all multiple numbers on the dice over again until no multiples remain. The principle is if you roll enough dice, you should more than make up for the lost personal adds, although mainly when the character is relatively low level. Alright, I'm gonna not get any deeper into that. It goes into examples and stuff. Alright, so basically that's my only hope if I go Berserk. I actually should reference it in case I actually survive. I don't remember how the fatigue works, but you get fatigued as you berserk. I think you lose a strength each round or something like that. But yeah, let's roll. We're going berserk because it's impossible to win if we don't. So that means we need doubles. We lose our adds of four, and we actually lose our warrior. Wait. Oh, I can't do that then. Because it said you lose your warrior bonus, right? And therefore, I'm rolling one die. You can't roll duplicates of one die. Alright, so that means we're dead. But let's roll anyway. Here's our regular roll, no berserk. I rolled a 7 plus a 4. I don't remember if I neglected to count spite before. But I have an 11. And therefore, I lost by 18 and I'm dead. That's that. So much for Lucky Charms. I mean, he had high luck, but it wasn't enough to, you know, carry all, negate all his other shortcomings. All right, so as you can see, Naked Doom is brutal. Um, it is not for the faint of heart. Actually, that first character, he did surprisingly well. We did luck into that situation that gave us the huge attribute bonuses. So that helped. But yeah, Lucky Charms is no more. Another victim of this little rock troll who has been around since 1977, slaying warriors by the thousands. He's another Carver creation, by the way. Look, 1977. Isn't that this rock troll is older than me in real life, and I know you too, Arturo, and probably a lot of other people watching. Not everybody though. Well, yeah, I'm gonna give this one more go and see if we can pull off a miracle, somehow survive the Naked Doom. Now we could go with a crazy kind of character, Kindred. We can open up the rules and check out some of the more bizarre things that it lets you choose from. Why don't we do that just for fun? Even if, the manual, the intro to this book, Naked Doom, says you should only be like this, or that. I think we can be flexible with that. And I know if Ken watches this later, he'll probably say, "Yeah, I give you the blessing on that." So let's find the crazy special characters you can choose from. I don't remember where that is in the table of contents, so bear with me a moment. I think it might be in. I guess if you want to go with Ilkin, that would be one thing. Ilkin are like the non-human characters that are considered kind of like bad guys almost. They're not necessarily bad though. They're just monsters. All right, let's go to 179. I think that's what I want to look at here. Other playable kindreds. Yeah. All right, here we go. This is the gigantic chart. You can just choose whatever you want. So they have the good kindreds, quote unquote good. Let me adjust the camera. Up here we have the standard kindreds that we've already, chosen from. Humans, elf, dwarf, and the two kinds of dwarves, fairies, hob, leprechauns. Then you have the familiar Ilkin. These characters are usually fairly easy to play in most locales. They are familiar, commonly known, and are able to blend into normal society. The half-bloods, yeah, they have all kinds of funny things. You can choose goblins, gremlins, kobolds, pixies, redcaps, vampires, orcs, and then as you go deeper into the charts, you get the crazier stuff. Like those are the ones that you could actually blend into the society potentially, as they get more and more crazy. Arturo says centaur. I might just go with that. It actually said it in specifically in the intro that centaur would be too big to be playable, but I don't really care. I mean, I'm gonna go with the whole make the game your own and do whatever you want. Um, and here are the less common ilkin. These are borderline ilkin, scary, unusual, and not commonly seen in most regions. We have harpy, hroger, kiraptora, which are winged humanoids, lizard people, merfolk, minotaur. Arturo says minotaur. Hey, that sounds fun. They're probably very powerful. And yeah, we will be giving ourselves quite an edge because they're really strong and have a lot of constitution and stuff. For some reason, they have low dexterity. I don't agree with that. I would think they would be very well. I don't know. I mean, you could argue that for balance they have low dex, but really this whole chart is not really about balance. The whole game is not really about balance. You have different kinds of trolls, forest troll, jungle troll. And down here we have the extraordinary illkin. These are the again the things that are the most monstrous or rare or extraordinary that you couldn't really blend in with society, I guess is the general idea. And there you have demons and dragons and things like that. Ghouls, man ape. Wow, man apes are really strong. Okay, let's go with the minotaur that Arturo suggested. So Minotaur, you could argue that maybe it's a little overpowered, but hey, we're probably going to die anyway in this adventure. So Minotaur has 2.5 times the strength and constitution, 0.75 times the dexterity, so that's a penalty, obviously. 2/3 of the IQ, so they're dumber. Double the charisma. They're very charismatic. And they give you a little explanation for charisma as far as monsters go. That's more like being fearsome rather than like being, debonair and charming. So I would be like really fearsome as a Minotaur, I guess you could say. All right, so we're going to roll up our Minotaur and we take another character sheet from the rapidly diminishing stack while the sleigh stack grows. All right, here we are. We are Minotaur. And we're going to be a warrior. Let's roll. You can come up with a name for me, Arturo, while I roll, or anybody else. Some kind of joke related to being a bull. I think my brother, I'm trying to remember my brother making a Minotaur. It might not have even been in this game, in some game, and he named him Bull Schmidt. I think it was my brother who came up with it. Anyway, let's roll. Strength, we get 2.5 times. Okay, so that is a roll of an 11. So 11 times 2.5 is going to be what? Rounding up, right? So I think it's 28. Yeah. Dexterity was a penalty, actually. 10. So, was it 3/4, right? Yeah, so. I guess that gives us an 8. I always forget about how the rounding works, but I'm going to go with that. Round up everything, I think. Constitution is 2 times 2.5. That'll be good for taking arrows. Taking arrows to the knee. An 8 is not great, though. So that becomes a, what is that? 20? I should just have a calculator because I'm too slow this late at night. Yeah, because the double would be 16, and then the extra half of the 8 brings it to 20. Charisma, they have double. I think I'm going to play this. Actually, he is a very debonair Minotaur. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, he really is. Look at that. Alright, he has 34 charisma. He can woo the ladies with his enormous bull horns. Maybe something else too. And 2/3 the IQ. He's not too brilliant. I guess we'll go with luck next, actually. That's times 1. 12. 2/3 the IQ. 7. Ooh. Wait, so we're going with 2/3 of 7 around. I guess that'll be a 5. Sheesh. Yeah, he should be called Dumb Boy. How about Dumb Bull? Does that sound good, Arthur? We'll go with Dumb Bull. And Dumbledore. Wizardry, that's a kind of a dumb stat. He's times 1 at that, though. Speed. Now, here's the thing. If for some reason, I don't agree with this, it's been decided that in Tunnels and Trolls, every kindred should all have the same speed as no multiplier. I don't really get that. I think it. I heard some rationalization that it's really more like the reflex time and they're all the same. I still don't like it. I would like there to be speed bonuses. Maybe I'll make up my own someday. Anyway, he's got good speed regardless. He rolled a 60. That's great for avoiding that initial arrow. He might actually do well with the speed arrow, but possibly not with the luck arrow. Although 12 isn't bad. He might deal okay. All right. This may be our last character for the evening, guys, by the way. We'll see how I feel And it definitely depends on if this guy, dies in 2 minutes or an hour. Um, so let's skip ahead and Arturo says his name could be Rumbledore. Okay, Rumbledore. All right. What are his talents? He's level. He's actually level 3 because of his surprise. I would have assumed it would be his strength or charisma, strength or constitution that would determine his level, but his charisma is the highest attribute, and therefore he's a level 3, and meaning he's going to roll 3 extra dice in combat, and we can give him 3 talents. What kind of stuff would a Minotaur be talented at? Maybe tea making. No, let's pick something useful to this adventure. We'll go with that we haven't picked before. What could it be? Dodging arrows. Dodging arrows. Rock troll wrestling. Um, we could just go with dodging. Dodging, and we'll apply that to dodging projectiles. Dodging. What else? Farming. I'm thinking that, even though it's not going to be useful. Actually, I imagine. I think of a bull and I think of farms, right? He's a bull-headed guy. Maybe actually, how about something about like navigating a labyrinth, like um he says Arturo says bard, something like good sense of direction, or anytime there's a saving roll related to getting lost, he could use his like his labyrinthine mind or something. Let's call it well, Arturo says bard, so we're gonna replace farming with bard. He has a good singing skills maybe, or musicianship. We'll do that, music. So you can be a bard or anything like that, anything related to music. And we're gonna go with I need a good word for that. Not getting lost, sense of direction. And again, I'm only doing that because of the idea of the Minotaur in a labyrinth, so he can obviously navigate things well, right? All right. I don't know if any of these are going to be useful. Well, dodging will be. I don't know if the other two will be useful in this adventure. All right. So let's jump right to the point. What crime did he commit? Logistics? That could do. Bear with me a second. By the time I am at the end of a tabletop stream, my cameras are all like, "Ah, kill me." Okay. Thanks for all the likes tonight, guys. If anyone else hasn't liked me yet, I'll take it. Or if you want to subscribe and see more of this. By the way, I know I'm not just trying to be like, oh, I want likes because it makes me, it fulfills my narcissism. I like to know what people like. If I do a stream and I see one like and then one dislike, I'm like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't do that again. But when I see this, I know that people thought it was fun, and I should do it again probably. Maybe there is some narcissism involved too. Cattle thief. I'm just gonna leave what I got already, Arturo, but that's a good idea. But yeah, we're gonna oh, the crime he committed was cattle thievery. Yeah. That's what he did. He was maybe he was getting a little bit he saw he saw a female cow and he got a little bit too excited, and it took about 30 farmers to wrestle him to the ground. And then the Kazan police came, or the guards came and threw him into the Naked Doom dungeon. Yeah, he was getting a little rowdy with the cattle. But we're gonna jump right over here. They say run dog, etc., etc. Let's make some saving rolls, and I helpfully gave myself dodging, which I'm gonna apply to both these saving rolls. So I think we're in good shape as far as that goes. And Arturo says he was trained to rescue his half brother Mauricio. Okay, is that a reference to something? He was trying. I don't know if that's a reference to, if anything, but it's funny. Oh, let's write up our ads. He has 16 due to strength and 4 due to speed. So therefore he got 20 ads. But it's funny that where he really shines is that charisma, that bullish charisma. Okay, so yeah. Using our dodging, we get to add 3. So let's make the speed roll first. We automatically pass it unless we roll the auto failure number, which is a 3. Okay, we got 8, that's doubles, and re-roll. And a 9, that gives 17. And Arturo says that's not a reference to anything. It is Rumbledor's tragic origin story. Okay, that's cool. He was trying to rescue his half brother Mauricio. Well, what was the thing that he did wrong, though? Oh, the half brother was the cow. Okay, I get it. I'm having way too much fun with this. All right, so we passed the speed roll, and using the dodging, it counts like our luck is 15 for the purpose of this roll. So we need a 5 or higher. And we failed. We failed. We critically failed. Fortunately, there's no special outcome for critically failing. There could be. The text could say, hypothetically in a TNT solo, it could say if you catastrophically fail, then you take extra damage or something like that. In any case, we took an arrow to the knee or the back, as it were. So yeah, we take 10 con, knocking us all the way down to 10 from our original 20. And once again, we are not unscathed. We have been struck by an arrow. So far, every time we've been hit by one. But we take we get some more adventure points for the saving roll, if that ever matters. Okay, so once again we go to 49. Hey, should we go for the sword room again? Like, you can choose the hopeless or hero sword. Here we are, the 3 tunnels. Audience, please choose. It can be more than just Arturo, but I'll listen to him if nobody wants to chime in. And basically we're going left, middle, or right. Left was the rock troll. Right was the sword. What the heck was the middle? Middle was it basically led to the goblin and the woman and all that stuff. But I don't think it was direct. I don't remember what the immediate. Oh, it was a grotto. Grotto, right? Okay, so Arturo says we're going for the hero sword this time. So we're going to the right, which is 62. All right, so here we are. You walk for a long way and come out in a small room with 2 swords stuck halfway up their blades into the stone wall. Beneath each sword is one word. The first says hopeless, the second says hero, etc., etc. We're going for the hero sword this time. And I'm gonna make my cheesy ruling again that we only lose 1 constitution from this whole set of saving rolls. If this hero sword even does that, I don't remember. I think it's similar, except that you have to pass them all. Oh, look, it's right here. And it keeps happening in this adventure where I'm getting ready to flip to another page, but the paragraph I want to is like right there. So try to make a saving roll on all 8 attributes. Okay. So you have to make it on all 8. You have to keep track of which ones we pass or fail. So let's roll. All right, let's start left to right, or usual order: strength, dex, con, etc. Let's go with strength. We need anything but a 3 to pass, and we rolled a 7. I guess I'll write pass or fail along the bottom too. Dexterity is not good. We need a 12 or higher. Oh, 10. That's a good roll, but not good enough. That's a fail. Constitution is down to 10, so we're going to make 10 or higher. It's a 5. Too bad, so sad. Charisma. Very charismatic for a bullheaded person. 4 is good enough. Luck. We need an 8 or higher. 8. He passed. IQ is a mere 5, so we need a 15. A 5 is not a 15. Not on this planet anyway. Wizardry 10. Need a 10. 5. Fail again. And speed of 16. Just a 4 or higher is needed. And we got a 9. That is a pass. So we keep track of which ones we missed, which are Dexterity, Constitution, IQ, and Wizardry. Go to 38. Let me fix my windows. All right, 38. Up a little bit, cameraman. If you missed any of your saving rolls, add 10 points to the attributes you missed. The sword remains stuck in the wall. A deep voice chuckles. Not really a hero. I guess it's a deep voice, so it's more like, not really a hero. I don't have a very deep voice, sorry. I need James Earl Jones to help me out here. If you wish to try for the sword again, go to 75. I think that's the same beer paragraph, so let's not go there. I mean, we could just give up and have beer. That's usually how I do it in the real world. Otherwise, we go back to 49. The hopeless sword is gone. But let's gain our 10 points in dexterity. That's nice. 18. Constitution is up to 30 max in current 20, but we said we were going to take 1 damage from the poison. I made a ruling that this whole set of saving rolls only counts as 1 for the poison purposes because I'm cheating. Past charisma, past luck, failed intelligence. So he has a good intelligence of 15 now. And his wizardry, although it should not matter much if ever, is now 20, which is not bad. So the wizardry represents the creme in your body. Creme is a word for like magical power in Tunnels and Trolls universe. So we have a good amount of creme for a non spellcasting type. And I got distracted by something I saw. Yeah, so we're not going to go for the sword again because we decided not to drown in beer for once in our lives. Okay, so we're back at the 3 tunnels. I don't remember if it explicitly said this, but I think the implication is you shouldn't pick right again, right? I think that's what makes sense. You know, because we couldn't get the hopeless diamond again, so it wouldn't, hopeless sword again, so it wouldn't make sense that we could just go back to the other tunnel and then pick it. Which leaves us with, do we want to go left and wrestle the rock troll, or go up the middle and fight the, not fight, but go to the grotto? Well, we could probably handle the rock troll. Let's look at our character. We know, sorry, I gotta keep fiddling with the camera. Let's put it over here. We know that the rock troll rolls 4 dice plus 15. And we, being level 3, we would roll 4 dice, and we also multiply our innate multiplier, I think. Yeah, our strength multiplier, which is 2.5 for unarmed combat. So does that mean, I don't know if that comes before or after the level multiplier, so I have to figure that out, but basically I think we're in great shape to fight that troll. And Arturo said let's go with Stu, Stu being the troll, and we do have 5 higher adds than that troll, right? So let me think it through though. If I guess if the strength multiplier comes before the bonus from being a warrior, then it would, I guess we round up the fraction. That's how I played TNT. I round up all fractions. So that would mean 3 dice, and then we apply the warrior bonus of 3, and then becomes 6 dice. In the other order, it would be 1 die for barehanded, add 3 for warrior, and then you multiply it by 2.5, and well, it would be 10 dice, right? So I guess I have to figure that out, that technicality. But I think in either case, we can totally own this rock troll. So why don't we go for that? So that was left, so we're going to 13. And it could very well be that the rules don't actually state what to do as far as which multiplier, so I would just make it up. Make stuff up is how we often roll in this game that we call Tunnels and Trolls. Bounce the graviton particle beam off the main reflector dish. That's the way we do things. We're making shit up as we wish. Okay, here we go. Saving roll to see if we smell troll. I smell troll. Okay, so our intelligence is suddenly high, therefore we only need a 5 or up. I at some point need to add up all these adventure points I kept track of down here. for the saving rolls. We get rolled a 10, so we passed. We smell troll. New troll here. And we go to 74. And you know it's going to take us over to the troll, but that's okay. I think it just says, do you want to press on? Let's just check it real quick. Yeah, we're going to press on and go to 3. Here's Wally Trollman. Alright, Mr. Trollman, you can't face a Minotaur. Alright, now we're going to have to resolve that technicality about unarmed combat. I remember the page it was on. It was on page 80, thankfully, so I can find that quickly. And let's see. Okay, an unarmed fighter with no particular training gets 1d6 times his strength multiplier plus combat adds. Yeah. So a dwarf with a strength multiplier times 2 gets 2 dice plus combat adds, fighting barehanded. Warriors get 1d6 times their strength multiplier plus the warrior bonus of 1d6 per character level. And the example they give is thus a second level human warrior has 3d6 plus combat adds, and a second level dwarf has 4d6 plus combat. Okay, so I think it's basically you do the multiplier first and then you add in the warrior bonus. So I think we said that would be 6 dice. Yeah, it'd be my 1 die for unarmed combat times 2.5 dice, and I go with the round up always rule, meaning that would become 3 dice. And then we add my warrior bonus of 3 dice. So 6 dice. Let's do it. Here, we gotta make this paper big again. Scrap paper. And we're gonna say, we can reuse this little part here. Let's roll, Mr. Troll. Troll gets 46 plus 15. He got him spite damage, unfortunately. See that? The 6 means spite. That always gets through. So he's got a 10, 18, and 1 spite. I'll just write a little 1 there. And Lucky is dead. Sorry, it's not Lucky. It's Rumbledore. And Rumble, we said was getting 6 dice plus 20. So that's a good bonus. Not the best roll. I see some 1s and a 2. That's fine, though. We're probably in good shape anyway. 10. This becomes a 19 plus the 20 add is 39. And I get 1 spite, but it's irrelevant. And if anybody wants me to explain that mechanic, I could do it very briefly. Basically, a spite is the minimum damage you do. So if you already beat him by more than the spite damage you rolled, then the spite kind of gets canceled out. But since he was the losing side, his 1 damage gets through to me. But I still I beat him by a difference of it looks like 21, knocking his monster rating down to 9. That's good. I have to write this somewhere. Alright, this gets a little tricky to explain if you're a noob to the game, but basically, monster rating is a cool little system. I'm going to explain now. I know you don't know this, Arturo. Maybe other people in the audience don't too. Monster rating, what it is monster. I'm off the screen already. I'll just explain. If you have a monster rating of, say, 30, which is what the troll originally had, you divide the monster rating by 10 and add 1. That's the number of dice it rolls. So something with 30 monster rating rolls 4 dice. Something with 10 monster rating rolls 2 dice. Something with 71 rolls 8 dice. And then they have the adds, which are half the monster rating. So this guy has 30 monster rating, and so he rolls 4 dice, because it's basically 30 divided by 10 plus 1. And once you get the hang of it, you don't even think of it like the math. You just kind of glance at and see 30 means 4 dice. And half of it adds, so it adds 15. And the way the game used to work is as you dealt damage, the monster rating is also the constitution. That still is true. But you would, now that he's down to monster rating 9, Under the old rules, that would mean he only rolls one die plus 5 now. It turned out that people thought it was, they call it like the death spiral or something. Like it hurt the monsters too much. So now it only reduces their adds, but they still keep the original dice. I know it's kind of a little complicated, but so long story short, he's going to roll 4 dice plus 5 on the next round. So let's just do it. I think I have that right. Let me just check. Yeah, he always rolls 4 dice, but the combat adds go down. So it's like one half of the equation gets whittled down, the other doesn't. He rolled pretty well though, and another spite. So that's 10, 18 plus adds of 5 is a 23 with one spite. And Mr. Bullschmidt, I mean, what's his name? Rumbledore. We'll probably kill him now. 6 dice plus 20. 10, 19, 23, 26. That's, I think, 46. If I didn't make a mistake. But yeah, we killed him. We take 1 spite damage, however. So we are down to 18 constitution. And that's the end of Mr. Rock Troll. Shrinkiness, shrinky dink. Shrinky dink. Alright. So, if the Rock Troll dies, go to 37. I kind of like the older version of monster rating just because it was simpler. You knock down the monster rating, you don't have to keep track of the original monster rating in order to remember the number of dice. But I get it that it was it kind of made monsters get weaker a little too fast. So I think this is a good improvement. What is this? Wow. Anyway, 37. You get 30 adventure points for killing the rock troll. Hooray! Going on down the tunnel for a long way, you finally come to a secret door, which is no secret on your side of the wall. That's funny. So I'm on the non-secret side of the secret door. Go Rumbledore, exactly. He kicked that troll's butt. If you wish to go through, go to 4. If you want to go back, go to 49 and make another choice. Let's just go. I don't want to go back to 49. It's funny when you play an adventure a bunch of times and you remember what they mean by a paragraph number. Like they didn't have to explain, the location of where I would be going back to. I just knew what they meant. Anyway, wait, they said 4, right? Okay. So we're back. Okay, so I would like to verify that somehow, but I'm pretty sure it's 4. So that is, this is where we ran into the woman, actually. Actually, I can verify because I beat the rock troll and I went to 37. Let me just take a quick peek. Sorry, my short-term memory is sometimes that of a goldfish. Yeah, 4 is where we're going. Alright, so you find yourself in a very large cavern. Sunlight is coming in from someplace high overhead, but you don't see the source, and the walls are slick with moisture. Quite unclimbable. As you wander around exploring the place, you hear what sounds like a woman's voice speaking a language that you don't know. Gobble! I don't like the way I have this arranged. Give me a second. Sorry about that. I don't know. It's hard to manage all this stuff. All these screens and cameras. And I'm tired. It's late. Anyway, this is where we're reading. It is getting louder, and she seems to be coming in your direction. Now you start to hear another voice answering her, a deeper, quieter, more guttural voice. Evidently, she's not alone. If you wish to wait and meet this strange woman, go to 21. If you decide to avoid the encounter, there is a path that leads between 2 large pieces of fallen stone, and you can run down that to 33. If you decide to hide behind one of the boulder-sized chunks of rock and watch in secret, go to 45. Okay, I'm not going to hide this time. Anybody who wants to call out a choice, you can choose 21 or 33. 21 is to just wait and meet her. 33 is to run away down the path between the 2 large pieces of fallen stone. Arturo says to meet them. Alright, we're going to meet him. Hello, strange woman. Last time we hid, and it worked out nicely for us, but we're not going to hide this time. Face her head on. Last time what happened was we hid, and then one of her goblin friends tried to attack us. We killed the goblin friend. Somehow, we became friends with her after all that mess. A goblin comes around a large stalagmite in front of you. It is a large goblin, fully 4 feet tall. Oh, a full 4 foot tall goblin against my bull-headed bruiser, uh, with a pale green complexion. It's actually wearing a form of crude armor. Oh, that seems to be made mostly of bones and turtle shells. I remember him. And he has a large knife in a sheath at his hip and is carrying a crude stone-headed spear with a bamboo shaft. Seeing you, the goblin stops abruptly and barks out a word of alarm. But almost immediately a human woman comes into view. She is scantily clad in a halter top and loincloth of some ragged brown cloth. There is something strange about her eyes. When she sees you, she stops and emits a short, chilling laugh. Ha! What? She asks in fluent Kazani, the common language of Kazan. Who are you, and what are you doing in my cavern? If you stay and answer politely, go to 57. If you see the goblin and decide to attack it, go to 69. If you decide that this isn't safe and wish to run away immediately, go to 33. I'll give anyone a moment, probably just Arturo, to chime in. And if you don't want to chime in, I'll just decide myself. Let's see, what do I want to do? Maybe I'll just be polite this time. I don't know. I feel like I should be able to be, I feel like there's kind of something missing here. I'm able to be a jerk or like murderous to her goblins, but I'm not able to be aggressive with her. I'm assuming she could probably find a way to kick my ass, but I'm surprised there isn't like an option to like, insult her or charge at her or something. It seems to always be like, well, I do think that the goblin is dead. Maybe there is though, buried somewhere in this. And Arturo says 57. Rumbledore is a nice fellow with good manners, and he's very charismatic with the ladies, yeah. So 57. You stand your ground. Give me a second to let you see the paragraph. You stand your ground and meet and greet the strange woman. You tell her your name and your story. Go ahead, make up a story to use the next time you meet a strange woman. Well, I'm in this cavern. I can say what happened. I was trying to help my half brother Mauricio, and I got thrown into this naked doom place. But it's funny that she considers it to be her cavern. Ask for her help. So you tell her name and your story and ask for her help. Make your level 1 saving roll on charisma. No problem. I am a stud. Quite possibly, literally. Um, 34. Let's do it. That means I just need anything but a natural 3. I got a 6. I'm okay. Let's take some 6 adventure points. You make it go to 40. Oh, look, I was just saying how, the paragraph could have a special outcome for failing catastrophically. I did not fail catastrophically. I passed. But that's cool that there's different outcomes here. I imagine it doesn't go well at all. She probably kills me or something. Well, it's right here on the left side, 48. I might have been to this paragraph before, although it was after killing a goblin. Sorry, let me adjust here. Just adjusting my stand a bitch. It's gone all crazy. Hold on. Shan takes a liking to you and explains that she is a leader among the local goblins. She says she can help you on your way if you will promise to be a goblin friend and never harm her people. If you agree to become a goblin friend, go to 59. If you're not friendly, go to 71. Should we just try the not friendly way? Like, it seems like the become a goblin friend is an easy win. At the same time, I want to try something new. What do you say, folks in the audience? Should we try to refuse the invitation to be a friend of the goblins? I'm leaning towards it, but if anybody else has an opinion, let me know. 71 it is. Alright, we're not friendly. This could be dangerous. I don't like goblins. They smell like farts and butts. Hold on, what? Okay, I'm not looking like, oh no, I made the wrong choice. I'm a little confused because it says to dodge the attack. I guess I'm just being attacked now because I'm not friendly. Okay. Let's go with it. That's fine. We're being attacked. Oh, 72? No. Arcturus is 72. No, 71. Yeah, it's not 72, it's 71. Why are you saying 60? You're confusing. Okay. Look. The text literally says 71. Right? Right? See that? 71. If you're not friendly, go to 71. If you want to be friendly, it's 59, but we're going to go 71. And here it looks like I'm being attacked by the goblin, essentially. So that makes sense. Alright, to dodge the attack, make a second level saving roll on speed. Luckily, I took dodging, so we're going to say I can, and I have good speed. If you make that, then try a level 2 saving roll on dex. Is that for speed, for dodging as well? I guess just the first one is. If you can succeed on both rolls, you'll take the goblin spear away from him. Go to 70 for the battle. All right, let's just roll the saving rolls and then we'll read all that stuff. So, speed saving roll it is. And yeah, that should be easy, especially with our dodging talent. It's a level 2 saving roll though, so it's 25 minus 16, and then our bonus of 3. So really, we need a 6 or higher. Ouch! Ouch! Catastrophic failure. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh shit. I think we're dead. Okay. Well, I'll take my adventure points. Um. Let's see what it says. If you succeed on both saving rolls, if you fail, you just find yourself fighting it. If you fail catastrophically, you slip, and the goblin impales you on his spear, doing his full combat damage of 3 dice plus 14 to your constitution, and you do no net damage to him. If that reduces your con to 0 or less, go to 35. Okay, so we have... Oh man, this is not good. I think that's just it. Well, there's the tiniest chance of survival. You know why I say that? We're rolling 3 dice plus 14 for the damage. Meaning, if we roll a 1 and a 1 and a 1, the lowest possible roll on 3 dice, we will be alive because we'll have taken 17 damage. 17 of our 18 damage. So the only way we can survive now is with all 1s. Although it does say to go to a certain paragraph if you have 0 or less, not that you're dead. And the rules of the game, which often get ignored in solo adventures for some reason, but the technical rule is you're just unconscious at Constitution 0, and you're not dead until negative 10. So it could be written into the solo that, you know, the goblin kicks my butt, and the woman kidnaps me and heals me to talk to me later or something. I'm just making that up. But I'm not going to expect that. Anyway, let's see if we can roll all 1s. Does anybody want to bet on this? Can't believe I rolled a catastrophic failure. All right, so this might be the end of Rumbledore the Minotaur. Here we go, folks. Anything but all 1s, and we are down to 0 or below. I mean, this would be super exciting if I do roll all 1s. I'll probably wake up my daughter though, so hopefully I just die. Okay, I just died. Alright, so that means we take 11 plus 14 is 25 damage, bringing us to negative 7. So, in the eventuality that I mentioned, if it is going, you know, as long as you're above negative 10, you're alive, then maybe I'm alive right now. I just am not gonna expect that in the slightest. Alright, let's go to 35. I mean, it does say go to 35 and not that you're just dead, which doesn't mean it. There are some of the solo adventures do have paragraphs that just basically say you are dead, close the book. So it could just be that. Anyway, let's go see. Let's stop talking about it. Huh. Interesting. It's basically what I said, I think. I am surprised. Except it didn't actually say if you're at negative 10 you're dead. But it says The goblin reclaims his spear and leaves you for dead. But you are not dead. Many hours later, you awaken, weak and in great pain, but still alive. You stagger to your feet and continue to wander about. Eventually, you find an oasis of sorts. So am I at -7 but walking around? I'm surprised. I thought this might be a new addition to the deluxe version because Ken got a little bit softer in his later years. I mean, since the '80s when he was brutal, and maybe he's giving me a second chance here. All right, well here we are. It looks like a second chance. I just don't. It didn't mention the Constitution. I'll just leave it at -7 unless something tells me otherwise. But I'll have to make up something if Constitution comes into play again without it saying I healed up. Maybe I can say I'm at, I don't know, 1d6 con or something. Maybe I'll be at 3 or something. In any case, after a while, you discover a large warm spring. There are lots of frogs, insects, and small fish around it. If you do not have a weapon, make your first level saving roll on IQ. I do not. Wait a minute. Did I? Yeah, that troll did not have a weapon, right? Okay. Just checking. Sorry. If you do not have a weapon, make your first level saving roll on IQ. If you make it, excuse me, go to 98. So our IQ somehow got good, so we can roll that. 5, we barely made the saving roll. Let's take 5 points. And yeah, go to 98. Okay, so I think this is where we managed to fashion a weapon out of something, like maybe it's a bamboo spear. It's a spoiler because I've been here before. I remember this part. Oh no, not him. No, that's not it. 98. 98, you realize that you can make a crude spear out of the bamboo you find growing by the spring. You can either make a spear or not, but if you don't have any kind of weapon, it will seem like a good idea and you should do it. Your new spear consists of a flaked piece of sharpened stone wedged into a bamboo pole and tied in place with water weeds. It is not very strong, but it is worth 2d6 in combat. Go back to 52 and continue reading from where you left off. Okay, so we now have a bamboo spear, and it's 2 dice. That's good. You did better than unarmed combat for me. I think not, because we basically said, since my strength multiplier is 2.5, we were going to round up. So basically 3 dice unarmed, or 2 with the spear, right? So I think we're better off with unarmed. Yeah, I mean, I got the bullhorns and all that stuff. I guess it makes sense. All right, go back to 52. I was so sure I was dead before, and I was gonna wrap up the stream, but hey, let's keep going. And we're at 52. Okay. Hungry, you contrive to capture several frogs, and you pick some watercress, which is sufficient to provide you with a meal, although it is not a very appetizing one. You know that a person could survive here in this cavern. If you want to stay here and not try to get out, go to 100. But if you're determined to escape from these caverns, go to 20. What am I going to do, live here forever like Gollum? I'll just be like spearing frogs. And, maybe I'll find a magical ring at some point, but I doubt it. All right, so yeah, I don't think I want to stay here. I'm going to move on. 27. Near the spring. Here's the tunnel that we see, by the way. Near the spring, you find a tunnel slanting down into the floor with one runic word hacked into the rock nearby. Ouch! If you wish to follow this tunnel, go to 89. If you change your mind and don't want to leave now, go to 100. It says out, right? It's got to be right. Neaton says, or Arturo, that is, We got to rescue Mauricio. Okay, we're gonna rescue Mauricio. That's our cow friend. All right, so we're gonna get out. We're gonna follow the tunnel that is conveniently labeled out. Surely there's no trickery involved here. It reminds me of in in Dragon's Lair, a video game where you encounter the potion that says "Drink me," and of course it kills you. 89. Once again, you are in a dimly lit tunnel. You follow its twists and turns for several miles until the walls fall away on the sides, and you find yourself at the edge of a mighty chasm. It is bridged by smooth arching stone, not too wide, but wide enough to walk across. Your choices are these. You can try to walk across, try to crawl or slither across, go back to the large cavern, or explore along the edge of the cavern. If you walk across, go to 16. If you crawl, 39. If you go back to the cavern, you will arrive there safely, but shame on you for cowardice. Go to 100, which 100 is the same paragraph when I said I didn't want to leave. If you explore the edge of the cavern, go to 41. So walk, crawl, or explore the edge. What could go wrong if I just kind of poke around at the edge of a chasm? What do you think, guys? Do 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 do. All right, go to 16. Says Arturo, which is which one? Walk across. All right, let's do it, boys. Yeah, the vampire bats. Weren't they blood bats before? Or are they vampire bats? I don't know. Anyway, a cloud of vampire bats rises out of the chasm and begins to dive at you and attack. If you have a bamboo spear with you, add 5 to your dexterity to represent your ability to keep your balance and drive back the swooping animals. This dex raise is only temporary for the saving roll, which follows only. Now, make a first level saving roll on dexterity and a saving roll on luck. If you make both saving rolls, go to 30. If you missed either one, go to 64. Okay. I think I have to rule that dodging probably doesn't apply here. I'm kind of, I don't, that'd be, I don't know. I think that would be cheesy. But I need to make a dex and luck. I could rationalize it anyway. I'm saying that because my luck isn't the greatest. All right. Let me think. Are they actually? Someone else can choose for me. I'm not the most impartial juror here. Would this be a dodge? A cloud of vampire bats rise out of the chasm, beginning to dive at you and attack. So I'm just trying to keep my balance, I guess. That's with the spear, though. I don't know, maybe it is. Let's just roll and see what happens. If I fail by 1, 2, or 3, then I could maybe rationalize it. The dodging helps. But first, let's do dexterity. That is 18. That should be easy. It's the luck one I'm more concerned about. So I need anything but the critical fail or the catastrophic fail of a 3 for the dexterity roll. And we've passed that. It is a 6. Next up, the luck roll, which is what I'm nervous about. I need an 8 or higher, unless we decide that dodging applies here. Not really sure. It's saying, let's just roll. I'm deferring the decision until after I fail, so I can be like, wait a minute. I need your input, Arturo, or anybody else. Here we go. I need 8 or higher. 6. Now we're in the situation. Do I decide the dodging skill helps or not? Oh, man. It doesn't quite. It applied. Arturo says it applied. Okay. I'm trying to decide if it says that these things are hitting you or not. Okay. Arturo says it applies, so I'm going to go with it. I had my impartial juror help me decide. So we're going with it. So we add 3 and we passed with a 9, that means. Okay, so we managed to duck the vampire bats. And we didn't even really need the bonus of 5 with the bamboo spear for the dexterity roll. think it was, yeah, it said the bamboo only helps for the dexterity roll, not for the luck roll. Sorry about these window management. And Arturo says, I think a bard has excellent balance, so it should apply double. I don't know about that one. Might be a little bit of a stretch, Arturo. 30. You keep your balance and beat off the bats long enough to reach the other side of the chasm. Why am I beating off bats? I want to fend them off. No, I'm being dumb. You get 100 times the numbers you whoa. You get 100 times the numbers you rolled in adventure points. 100 times? 100 times? Wow. What did I roll again? I rolled this 6, which I assumed I could add the 3 to, and it becomes 9. I figured it didn't really matter when a few adventure points here and there, but now we're saying is it a matter of 600 or 900 points? Well, I guess I'll keep going with the 900, but what did I roll on the first roll? I don't remember, unfortunately. I think it was I don't know. All right, I'll figure it out later. I can rewind. I have a lot of adventure points catching up to. Yeah, 900. I mean, I could spend these. Though. I'm getting enough that I could spend them. Shoot. You rewind, Arturo? Is it letting you rewind? Did you check, Arturo? What I rolled for the luck save? For the dexterity save. I think it was not a great roll. Maybe it was a 6 as well. Hmm. Sorry, I'm not showing the whole paragraph. All right, so I'm just going to take a note of this, and we'll move on for now. Luck. This is the next. I'll figure it out a little bit later. That's okay. All right, so we're going to the lightless tunnel into which you must go. 78. Slowly, light begins to show again. The rock beneath your feet gets very warm, and you hear a muffled booming noise. Oh shit, I know what this is. The tunnel comes to an end in front of a trench about 10 feet deep and a little wider, and the tunnel continues on the other side. You also see a side tunnel 20 feet wide and 30 feet high, paralleling the lava trench. If you wish to try to jump the trench, go to 40. If you wish to explore the side tunnel, go to 53. There is a crash of falling stone in the tunnel behind you, and you hear high-pitched sniggering. You now know you can't go back. Okay. Well. Should we jump the trench or explore the side tunnel? I think I'm going to jump the trench. Jump it. All right, let's jump it. Go to 40. I guess I shouldn't drum on my desk because this happens. Sorry, I'm getting really dumb and silly because it's getting late. It's almost like I'm drunk. Okay, we're going to jump the trench. Speaking of doing something very silly, I'm jumping the trench. Did I neglect to? What was my constitution? I don't know. We have to figure that out. It was -7. Then I didn't die, but it didn't say what happened. I don't know. I'm gonna say. Should I say I'm fully healed, or is that cheesy? But I did make a couple saving rolls that I have to deduct Constitution from the poison. I don't know. Screw it. I'm gonna say I was fully healed, and I took, I guess, 2 damage from the poison for 2 saving rolls, I think. And oh, you tried to find the value? Okay. Did you find it though, Arturo? But oh, I don't know, cause I was at -7 con, but it said I was. Uh, well, it's actually right up here, 35. It says many hours later you awaken, weakened, in great pain, but still alive. I mean, It seems like I should be like at 1 or something, but I don't want to be dead right now. So I'm gonna say I was healed, but I'll subtract the poison damage for the saving roll. So I guess that's 2 damage and another one for the saving roll I'm about to make. So I'm at 27. All right, so beep, 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 beep. This is what I'm at, actually. Sorry, I didn't have the camera aimed correctly. I have to make a first level saving roll on strength to jump the trench. I can do this. Just have to not get a catastrophic failure. What are the chances of that, right? All right, pass with a 9. Get 9 adventure points. If you make it, go to 76. You jumped across. Give me a second. You jumped across the trench safely and can go on down the tunnel. You get 100 adventure points for making the leap. Woo! I could definitely spend some points. So what did you find out, Arturo, what that roll was? I'm just gonna make it up if you did not. But what I'm getting at here, I have so many adventure points now. I have to add it all up, but for those 2 bat related saving rolls, right? I think I have 900 for the luck saving roll and X 100. I don't remember the number for the dexterity saving roll. And I also have these guys for these numbers here. I have to add up from the heroic sword thingy jiggy. All right, so Arturo's no. I'm gonna say I roll a 6. I think that's what I roll, which means I get 1,500 plus these little guys. I'll just skip the little guys, meaning I have 1,700 adventure points, and I can spend that on stuff. Yeah, let's upgrade. So the way it works, you say I want to upgrade my luck of 12, that costs 120 points. And then I can upgrade it again from 13 to 14, which is 130. And that's exactly what I think I want to do. How far do I want to upgrade that? I don't know. I think luck is an important attribute for saving rolls. It comes up a lot. Otherwise, everything else is pretty high. Let's just go with a bunch of luck for now. And I don't know. Actually, I can, no. I'm gonna say I can level up if I increase strength a bit, but I'm already level 3. I would have to like upgrade charisma by 6 to get to level 4, for example. All right, so let's do some math. Let's math time. Woo! Um, yeah, I'm tired. I'm gonna pull up the calculator app. So let's see. For 1 level of luck, that's 120 plus 130 for 2 levels, plus 140 for 3, plus 150 for 4, plus 160 for 5, plus, okay, so let's say 870 to bring me to 18. I think I got that right. Ah, and so we're going to say 1701 minus 870. Hold on a second. I lost track of it. Sorry, I'm tired. Uh, let me do this again. I'm sorry. 1, 2. Okay, so we're spending 870 to get to upgrade to 18 luck. 870. Which takes me to 831. Adventure point. That's nice. And that means my ads should be what? Let's just recalculate it all in case I messed up. 16 from the strength. That's every value above, every point above 12, by the way, for strength, dex, luck, and speed. So we have 16, 22, 28, 32. So 32 adds. We can always add some more things. I definitely like to power up the ad-related stuff a lot. That's always good. Speed comes up a lot in this particular adventure for saving rolls as well. So that seems like a good choice. So what if we upgraded our speed? Let's see. Entering it in the calculator again. If we wanted to go to 19, that would cost us 510. So let's do that. Then we're down to 321 adventure points. And our speed is, I hope I said 19. I can't remember numbers more than 2 seconds anymore in my old age. That's pretty good though. That just gave us 3 more ads. We have 35 ads. And we still have some adventure points. We could, I don't know. Is there any real reason to hold on to them? I guess it could be if you want to, like, save up for a large number. Like if I wanted to upgrade the charisma, for example. Um, I don't know. Dex is good to upgrade, right? Dexterity. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a dexterity upgrade. So that means we are spending 180, and we have 141 left. That's another ad. So 36 ads, and we're down to 141 adventure points, which we cannot upgrade any attributes any longer because that's nothing is low enough. All right, cool. So that is nice. A nice upgrade. Let's move this cable out of the way. Nobody wants to see the cable. Okay, go to 42, it says. Here we are. We were here on our first game. We did well, but not quite good enough. You follow the tunnel for an hour, and then it ends in a wooden door. You open it to see a room full of silvery mist. If you want to walk straight into this room for the exit that you can barely see across from you, go to 29. Sorry, I'm not quite centering all the way. If you want to study the room from the doorway first, go to 6. Yeah, we're going to do the studying again. Make your saving roll on IQ. 20 minus IQ. This is to determine if we know the mist is dangerous, essentially. We've been here before. 7, we passed. Make it go to 43. Okay, you notice that, oh, I'm supposed to take a damage from that, right? I'm still poisoned. You notice that it is not nearly so misty close to the floor as it is higher up in the room. You decide to squirm through on your stomach in case the mist is dangerous. Good guess. If you are immune to poison, you will be totally unhurt. I can poison people. No, I didn't choose a poisoning talent. Or was that the last character? That was the last character. Lucky Charm had the poisoner skill. Anyway, roll 1 die and take that number of hits from your con. 6. I would roll 6 right here. I know I have this thing tiny, but I rolled a 6. That sucks. Now I have 20 con. If you still live, go to 18. I still live. I feel happy. I feel happy. Okay. Almost through the room, you find a movable stone in the floor. There is the rune for treasure carved in the stone. That's right. You open it. To find out what treasure is there, go to 103, etc., etc. And we can get a magical treasure if we happen to roll that. So let's go to the back of the book, 103, and take note of our paragraph 18 like we had to do last time. Maybe we can get it alive this time. I mean, last time our big downfall was not last time. The first time is that we rolled a 2 on the wandering monster chart and had to fight the gigantic cave dragon. And I made up a saving roll situation that we could attempt, being very generous or being very loose with the rules. But I always have the idea that I've always heard Ken giving the bless. Ken St. Andre, the author of the game and this adventure, always giving the blessing to make up stuff like that as you see fit. That's why I did that. But it did not pan out. Alright, treasure generator. Yeah, here we are, the treasure generator. We want to roll 3 or 2 dice. If we get a 2 or 12, we get a magical object. Otherwise, it's just some coins or a gem, essentially. Cave Dragon 2 Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, that's what we really need, Arturo. If that happens, I'm going to laugh so hard. It'll be hilarious. It'll be a great way to end the night. And it would be so perfect for Naked Doom, just like the game gives you a big F you, just when you think you're doing well. Alright. So, what are we rolling? 2 dice. Hopefully, we get a 2 or 12. No such luck, we got a 4. Alright, so now we roll 1 die. A 1 is a jewel, 2 or 3 is gold, 4, 5, or 6 is silver. Hey, look at that, a jewel, that's cool. At least we got something interesting. So now we can look at the jewel generator chart. Let's take a quick look at that. Okay, so you need 2 dice, preferably of different colors, say red and green, or 1 die thrown twice. Okay, we're going to go with purple and blue, where purple is the first die. And you just look at the type of stone, and it has a base value in gold pieces. Then you roll for the size of it, and that's how much you multiply the base value of gold pieces by. So if you roll a huge gem, it's 500 times the value. I guess the biggest gem could be an emerald. It's worth 50, and 500 times that, which would be 2,500 for the 1 gem. Okay, so let's roll. So we're saying again, the purple is the first digit. Oh, too bad I didn't pick the other way around, but it is what it is, 36. Opal with a base value of 9. And now we roll 1 more die. Oh, it's very small. A very small opal. So that's worth 9 times 2, which is 18. Boo. That's not the worst thing, right? It's something. Very small opal. 9 gold. Alright. I think the way they have the little windows arranged looks nice now. They're not all like uneven stuff. For what that's worth. But yeah, that was a fun roll, but it wound up being not much. 9 gold. Sorry, 18 gold. I wrote down 9. It should be 18. We go back to paragraph 18. Opal worth 18, paragraph 18. After collecting, go to 31. Here we are. You come to the room that has a purple, orange, and blue tunic laid out on a couch. It is just your size and bears the national emblem of Kazan in an embroidered design on the front. I don't know, can I masquerade as a Kazan guard or something? Let's do it. You may put it on if you wish. Let's put it on. There's also 1 weapon in the room. To see what it is, go to 91. Here we are. This is where Ryan earlier pointed out the spelling of kukri was not to his liking. Okay, so let's roll. I say that every time, like, let's roll. Let's see what it is. It is a 4, a kukri. 2d6 plus 5. It's a strong little dagger. Okay, I'll write it down. Plus 5 is pretty nice. That used to be my standard outfitting in the 5th edition. You can get a pair of kukris for relatively cheap, and it's good to start with 2d6 plus 10. Alright, things are different in Deluxe, though, as far as the weapons that you can buy. But yeah, let's equip myself with it and go to 54. Now it's going to count as double for this random arena encounter or whatever. You have been transported into a magical arena. The weapon in your hand is enchanted to double its normal dice and edge. So that's cool. It's 4 dice plus 10, which is exactly what I mentioned my 5th edition characters would usually have. Go to 1 and 2, discover what the foe you must face. The enchantment on your weapon lasts only as long as you're in the arena, beyond time and space. If you kill your foe, you get your adventure points and treasure if any as listed. Then go to 84. If your foe slays you like what happened last time, then you have met your doom. Alright, let's write down this paragraph so I don't forget. We're at 54 once again, and we're jumping to 102, which is the random monster place chart thingy. Alright. One more naked doom. What is this picture? One more naked doom. Whee! What's going on here? What is really going on? I'm trying to figure this out. Got a naked guy. He's like tumbling through the. Is he like jumping off a cliff? Like what's going on? What's this guy doing? I don't know what's happening here. It's gonna kill him as he's flying through the air. He's gonna like hack him apart. I don't know. One more naked doom. Maybe it's not supposed to make sense. Okay. If I roll a 2, I'm gonna just like go berserk. Not the in-game berserk. I'm just really gonna lose my mind. Here we are. Here are the dice. They do not care about the outcome. They just are shapes subject to the laws of physics, and I control the way they roll essentially. So they are not to blame. All right, here we go. I know it's just what are the chances of a 2 again, but here I am just freaking out over it. Okay, it's an 8. An 8 is merely an evil dwarf. No. Evil dwarf. Wasn't there a band called the Killer Dwarfs? Evil dwarf. 4 feet tall. Not that. Con of 20. Uses a pickaxe. Gets 3 dice and 17 hits. Okay, it's basically the same thing as that naked rock troll. And he will try to kill you even if you're a dwarf. I'm shocked. He is searching for the dragon's hoard and doesn't want any competition. What that? He's not gonna defeat that cave dragon. By the way, that cave dragon, it says that he has a hoard of treasure, but you'll never find it. Why does it say that? That's funny. I like that. It's a hoard of treasure you'll never find. The evil dwarf wants to find it. If he finds the cave dragon, this evil dwarf is toast. Alright, I think I can handle this. Evil dwarf. Con 20. 3 dice and 17 heads. So he doesn't use MR. By the way, when I mentioned about MR earlier, which I was explaining, not all monsters use MR. It's up to the author. They can have the dice and the head and the constitution defined. If they're a more complex character, they can even have the full set of attributes. Like maybe, if you have an evil wizard boss, you would probably want to describe the intelligence, IQ and other stats possibly. Wizardry. Anyway, let's see if I can cram this in here. Evil dwarf. And he's got con of 20. I don't know if you can see this at all. I'm also not writing super clearly. Con 20. And this is me. Rumble in the Bronx. Rumble door. Let's just go. Evil dwarf gets his 3 dice plus 17. Oh snap! Look at that. That's a horrible roll. Okay, so it's 17 plus 17, which is 34, and 2 spite damage. So that means the 2 damage is going to get through regardless, because that's what spite does. That's how it works. And I actually, with my ads alone, I've already rolled higher than him, but the spite is annoying. I guess I'm using my cookery with its double dice and adds because of its enchantment. So it's 4 dice plus 10. Can I only use the cookery? I guess we'll just go with that. It's not too important. So 4 dice plus 10, and then my adds of 36. So it's 4 dice plus 46 essentially. Oh, plus my 3 dice for being level 3 warrior. So we have this is quite a number of dice, and I roll a lot of 1s, whereas the enemies roll a lot of 6s. That's okay though. We'll kick his butt. 10, And this is a 9, so it's basically only a 19, but plus 46. That should be a 65 if I didn't mess up my math. Let me go over it again. 36 and the 10. I think we're good with that. So yeah, I beat it by 31, which kills it, but it does 2 spite damage to me. Take that, you evil dwarf. Okay. And we go to 103 for treasure, but I can't get anything magical. I get 80 adventure points. I think I wrote this right. 103. Come on, I want something magical. Okay, so that means we skip the first roll to see if it's magical, and we just jump right to the, do we get jewels or coins or what kind of a roll? So that's right here. 1 or 2, sorry, 1 is jewel, 2 or 3 is coins, 4, 5, 6 is silver. Sorry, 1 is jewel, 2 or 3 is gold, 4, 5, 6 is silver. 1, a jewel. Hi, cool, another jewel. Let's see what we get. Again, we'll do purple die. Is the 10th place. 45, that is a jade. Base value of 14. And the size. Come on, 6, 6, 6. 6, yeah! We got a huge piece of jade worth 14 times 500, which is a lot. Break out the calculator. I can do this, but I'm too tired to risk it. To risk getting it wrong. 14 times 500. That is a good 7,000, yes. Wow. Huge jade. Is it really 7,000? Yeah. Cool. Well, we are going to come out of here rich if we do come out of here. And then Mr. Bull can help Mauricio. We were at paragraph 54. Okay, yeah, we go to 84 after killing the foe. When you leave the arena, let me get to, this is the farthest we've gotten, so it's getting exciting tonight. Even our more promising character, who is more powerful, died because he rolled the cave dragon. When you leave the arena or the room, whichever happened, you find yourself in a short tunnel. Ahead of you a good ways, you hear human voices, and then an alarm bell goes off. A door opens at the far end of the passage, and a big man in chainmail comes to the doorway and yells at you, "All right now, come on out of there with your hands up. There is no place to retreat to, and we have you outnumbered." Excuse me, if you follow his order, go to 66. If you attack him as soon as you get close enough, go to 55. If you'd rather try to go back, go to 92. Oh, snap. Wait, how do I go back, though? No place to retreat to, but then it says you can go back. Huh. Well, I know what this is. I don't remember the exact physics of it as far as, like, for example, how tough it is if you attack it, or him. What do you guys think, Arturo? Any ideas? Steve Crompton just liked my comment that I'm going live now. He's one of the artists for this book. And he does a lot more than just art. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what I want to do here. I don't remember the strength of these guys if you fight them, or what happens if you surrender, or what. But I do know this is getting to the end. Arturo says attack. All right, let's do it. We're gonna attack. Oop, my arm made it go out of focus. All right. Here we go, folks. Attack him as soon as you get close enough. Oh boy. Here's our Raging Bull Minotaur power. He is armed. Hold on, let's stop looking at mushrooms. We're not playing Mario. He is armed with a spear and is wearing mail. He shouts for help. Roll two. Oh no! Roll two dice to see how many other guards armed with swords and wearing mail will come to his aid. Sorry, let me just fix this. Try to make this a little nicer looking. Get everything to fit right. That's cool. That's pretty good. Roll two dice to see how many other guards armed with swords and wearing mail will come to his aid. In combat, he gets 4 dice and 12 adds. He has a con of 15, and his mail will take 10 hits for him. Go to 7. Uh, okay. So I roll 2 dice, and then I go to 7 before fighting him. All right, so this is gonna be bad if I roll a high number. All right, here we go. Let's see how many come to his aid. 8. All right, so it's him and 8 guys. Let's go to 7. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Doesn't say to resolve the combat now. So we're gonna go to 7. This could be my undoing. Okay, I see. I see. I remember this. It's actually a cool little way this works. For the first combat turn, he fights you alone. On the second combat turn, 2 of his I'm not gonna be able to fight. I think just as soon as there's 2 of them, it's gonna be too hard for me. All right. The second combat turn, 2 of his fellows join him, and after that, 2 more men join the fight every combat turn until either you are dead or all the guards are in the fight. All other fighters have swords and shield, and they all are wearing mail. They each get 3 dice plus 10 adds. They can take 10 hits per combat turn on their armor. Oh, that's going to really slow down my killing of them. You must kill them all to survive. If they kill you, you have met your doom. What's with it? It always says it, and I have the 2 dots every time. I'm sorry, I always notice weird details like that. Every time it says dot dot. If you slay them, I'll go to 68. Okay, so hold on. The first guy had more than. Oh, what paragraph was that? Shoot. Okay, I have to go back to the last paragraph and write down what this guy has. Give me a second. 84. Just gotta trace through the paragraphs. I attacked him at 55. Okay. So, yeah, so the first guy has. Let's get a new piece of scrap paper, perhaps. This one's getting too cluttered. And I'm going to need to keep track of a lot of information here. The first guy, as described here, has 4 dice and 12 add and 15 con and 10 damage is soaked up by his armor. So, more scrap paper, hooray. Basically what we have is, is gravy. It's gravy. This is not going to go well. Call them guards. I think that's what they are. Guard 1. Con 15. Armor 10, right? Yeah. And he rolls 4 dice plus 12. Alright, and all the other ones, it's going to be 8 more. They all get 3 dice and 10 adds, and they take 10 hits per combat on their armor. We have to keep track of which ones are in the battle or not. So, card 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, good lord, 8, 9. Okay. I'll put a check as each one comes in, and they all have, what was it again? 3 dice and 10 adds. 10 armor. That 10 armor is actually really bad. The situation wasn't bad enough. I can't just whack them fast enough and knock them down, knock them out of combat. And each one's gonna have. I'll keep track of their cons one by one as I go. I probably will die before I get too deep into this. But con. Doesn't say. Are they 15 too? I guess then. I guess we have to go with that. All right. Well. Oof. I mean, I guess the first round shouldn't be too bad. I guess now it's time to find out, can I dual wield the bamboo spear and the cookery? Shall we try to look up? I guess we assume a medium spear. Is it single-handed usable? Probably. Let's check the table of contents. Ye old table of contents. Alright, let's see. I'm flipping through here. Oops. Swords. Shafted weapon. That's a shafted weapon, a spear. Well, this spear does 2 dice, so I mean, there's no item here for bamboo spear. We have to estimate which one is closest to. It's probably one of the lighter spears, I guess. Like, well, this one is for an atl. Maybe this one is close to the light spear. That, yeah, it's one-handed and it requires dex of 10. Meaning, this is getting all mathy now. Meaning, if the cookery's dex requirement and the strength requirement, by the way, if the cookeries plus the spear's strength and dex requirements are less than or equal to what I've got here, 28 and 19, then I can dual wield them. So the spear is 7 and 10, and the cookery 5 and 7. Yeah, we're good then. We can dual wield. All right, so we need that. We need that. We need that little edge. That means we roll 4 dice plus 5 for the weapons, and we add 3 for our warrior ability. Hey, we might as well spend the adventure points and upgrade something, right? But also we get the 36 ads. That's what I was gonna say. So let's spend adventure points, and we can upgrade luck by 1 or something, right? Yeah, that'll give us 1 extra ad for what it's worth. So let's do that. 19 luck. 37 ads. Okay. So, all in all, 7 dice plus 42 is what we get. And Arturo says that he's a minotaur, you can dual wield with a spear. No problem. Okay, I like the way you're thinking, Arturo. But yeah, we can take these guys. It's just a matter of if we can knock them down fast enough before they pile up. Like individually, they're not bad. All right, so let's just do the first guy. He's the only guy here, and each one is going. Each round, 2 more are going to join. So let's do it. They roll first. How am I going to keep track of all this? Right now it's simple, so no need to get crazy, right? G1 and me and Rumbledore. You can't see that high then already. Ugh. There we go. All right, let's do battle. Card 1, 4 dice, plus 12. All right, he got a not too nasty roll and no spite damage. That's good. 11 plus 12 is 23. No spite is really good. And I roll. I should just write down what my totals are because I'm going to forget. 7 dice plus everything all together was. The ads are my personal adds are 37, and the cookery adds 5, so plus 42. Yeah, so this first guy's toast. It's just a matter of fighting two at a time and knocking out two at a time so they don't pile up. Okay. 10, 20, 29 plus 42 is 71, correct? Yes, 71. Spite is irrelevant. He soaks 10 damage. Doesn't really matter, I kill him. Because I needed to beat him by more than 25. And I did. So this first guy is done. Alright, so the next round, two of them come though. I'm just doing the math now, two of them. And Arturo said if you mess with the bull, you get the horns. Alright. I wish I had your confidence, Arturo. Two of them is not going to be easy. Okay, so I'm going to make a check mark next to everyone that's in the combat. Right, so I'm going to be adding two check marks each turn. But, yeah. And by the way, the way it works with multiple is you would define. Well, I'm trying to think actually. How does? Yeah. They have one combat total side, but you don't like combine their dice and add into one roll. They're like separate. So you'll see it's pretty obvious actually. All right, so G2 and G3. G3 and Rummy. At least they don't roll as much though. Their 3 dice plus 10 is not that bad. Yeah, let's roll it. Enough jibba jabba. 3 dice plus 10 for G2. He rolls a 6 plus 10 is 16. And G3, unfortunately, rolls a spite damage, but 10 plus 10 is 20. I'll put the 1 in parentheses for spite. It means their sides total, you add up the whole side, is 36. Let's see if I can zoom a little better here because it's mostly focusing on one part of the paper, so I could probably zoom in a little better. There, it's not super clear right now, but I have to get another camera app for this. This is fun. I look at the Naked Doom words. That's funny how that looks. Anyway, it's late, so I'm just gonna let things look ugly. Um, yeah. So let's roll 7 dice plus 40. You have to be good at arithmetic in this game, if you haven't noticed. And I do mess up sometimes. Okay, not the highest roll. This isn't bad actually. 10, 20, 27. Plus 42. That would be 69. And I have 2 spite if that even matters. Here's the thing. I beat them by what? They have 36. Let's squeeze into 36 here. And I beat them by 33. But they each have armor that soaks up 10 of that. So that winds up being only 13 damage that I can deal. It doesn't kill either. Let me make sure I got that right. Did I do the math right? 42 is my adds. I rolled 7 dice. 33 damage. And you can say divide it between the two, right? I'm actually trying to remember what the official rule is. That do we divide it equally, or can I choose how to apply the damage? I don't know. I'm gonna go with I can Well, what's better? Which one is better? In any case, let's write. I did a difference of 33. Yeah, let me write it to the side, not in here. 33. And that means 16 and 17 if I split it evenly-ish. I don't know. I don't remember how it works. Well, I think I'm dead in any case. Yeah, I guess we should just look up the official way it works. Looking up basic combat that I haven't figured out yet, apparently. Da 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 da. Alright, combat. All spite damage gets 3. Yeah, we know that. Both sides generate their HPT, which is hit point total. The losers get to allocate how the damage is distributed if there are multiple characters. Ah. Well, if the losers can't choose, they're automated. Right? It's a solo adventure. Okay. That means I either choose or I could say they would probably choose something reasonable and split it between them. I don't know. One interesting thing, by the way, I think that if I don't know if any of you guys involved in Flying Buffalo are watching this live or archived, but there's a lot of assumption that you're not playing solo in this book. And I should mention if you're playing solo, because the vast majority of the published adventures are solo and not GM, probably like about 4 or 5 to 1. So I should mention how do you handle this in the solo situation? But whatever, I'm making it up that I'm gonna apply it how I want because I don't know what they want. They're pieces of paper. They're numbers on a piece of paper. So that said, I'm gonna apply just enough to kill one guard, and then the rest goes to the next. I'm still screwed, I think. Well, let's see. In that case, 25 would go to 1 just to get through the armor and kill him. Meaning there's 8 left to go to the. That means the other guy takes no damage. I guess there's no better way to handle that though. It just seems like a shame that the extra 8. Well, I did get 2 spite damage, so I could say that guy takes the spite damage. All right, I'm gonna go with that. So one guy is killed, guard 2 is killed, and the second one takes 2 spite damage, knocking him down to 13. Obviously, this is not sustainable though, because yeah, just look at this. Now we have 2 more guards joining in the fray. So next round, 4 and 5 join in. They have con 15 each, the same stuff, and yeah, it's immediately obvious the lack of sustainability. But let's just keep going. So next round we have G3's roll and G4s and G5s against Rummy. And we'll put the sum over here. I'm using a Sigma to be smart. Yeah, let's just do it. Oh, I took 1 spite damage. I think I forgot to subtract that. So let's do that. We have 17 Constitution left. Guard 3. 3 dice plus 10. He gets a spite, and his total is 13 plus 10, which is 23. G4. He rolled very poorly. That's good. His total is a 14 and no spite. G5. 11 plus 10 is 21 and 1 spite. Okay. So their sum is 23 and 14 is 37 and 21 is 58. Okay. Gonna spiral out of control quickly. Okay, Rummy. I need a really good roll, Rummy. Wow. There's some 6s. I don't think it's good enough, but whatever. 10, 20, 28. And the 42 adds. Makes it 70. And 3 spite. Alright, let's see if we can actually. This is bad. Okay, again, assuming I can deal the damage how I want, I can deal 12, and all their armor take 10. So basically, I can do 2 to the guy who's wounded, and then I can apply the 3 spite to him maybe as well. Next round is over. All right, let's say we do that at least. So what do I do? Let me just go through the math again. Yeah, so I did 5 to him. The 2 that's in excess of the armor, and then 3 spite. All right. So yeah, what do we do now? 2 more join. It's over. That 10 armor is actually quite a killer. There's also a ninth one down here. All right, let's just roll it. G3 through 7. Oh my goodness. G3, G4, G5, G6, G money, and Rumsfeld. All right, this is the end. G3 gets. Oh, I forgot to take my spite damage too. I take 2 of that. So I'm at 15 con. Anyway, he gets a total of 24, no spite. G4 gets 20 through. Oh, no, no, no. Come on, brain, wake up. 23 and 1 spite. Yeah, this is the end. Sorry, Arturo, the bull did not, the bull did not, was not able to rescue Mauricio. 14 plus 10 is 24. 1 spite. 20 and no spite. 11 and 21 and no spite. Okay, what's their grand total? Oh god, I hate this. All right, so let's see, 24. That's 47. 71, 91, 112. Yeah, it's a losing proposition. Oh, all right. Oh, he's going down swinging though. Here we go. Can he get it in some spite damage? Some good spite damage at least. He got in 1 spite damage. 10, 20, 23, plus the adds of 42. Means a 65. And Rummy lost by 47. He got in 1 spite though. Put it to this guy. Losing by 47, you can't handle that. On is 15. So, well, that's the end. I could make up some BS about his dodging playing in to reduce damage a little bit. I'm not even gonna. It's the end. 2 more come the next round, right? It doesn't make sense. It's not gonna work. And that, my friend, is the end of Mr. Rumbledore. Thanks for the name, Arturo. The Minotaur. No, Arturo said I thought he was gonna fight them in pairs. This is not fair. No. See, there was 2 coming a turn. It's a little bit different, right? I'll read over the text again just to make sure that I have it right. But I'm like 99% sure I'm correct. So let's look at this again. Yeah, I know you get what I'm saying now, but let's just read over the text just to be sure, because maybe there's a chance I misread it. Yeah, for the first combat turn, he fights you alone. On the second turn, 2 of his fellows join him, and after that, 2 more men join the fight every combat turn. Yeah, it's either you are dead or all the guards are in the fight. All other fighters have swords and shields, and they are all wearing mail. They each get 3 dice and 10 hits on their armor. That's it. You have met your doom, and we're looking at a naked troll butt, by the way. Oh man, what a rough adventure. So that's naked doom for you guys. Yeah, here's our what I call the sleigh stack. The sleigh stack grows. And hey, look at me, I'm naked. No, we had our 4 characters of the evening. First, we had he seemed very promising, Mr. Gort. Gort. He was a dwarf, a gristle grim dwarf. He um, got a lot of bonuses. He got his strength, dexterity, and the constitution tripled. I can't remember what actually caused that right now. What was that? Oh, it's the pool. He drank from one of the pools of dirty water, which is always a good idea. You'll get permanently triple the strength when you do that. If you can lift, 100 pounds today, you can lift 300 tomorrow. If you eat dirty water, drink dirty water. So he did well, but unfortunately he died when we rolled that arena situation for the wandering monster roll was a cave dragon, and we made up a saving roll situation that he could make to try to avoid death. And we said that the cave dragon was kind of roaring to intimidate Gort with his mouth wide open, so he was going to reflexively whip out a spear and toss it if he could first make a speed roll for to react in time, and then a dexterity roll to throw the spear down his throat. But we failed the speed roll, so that was something I invented just to try to give myself a ghost of a chance, and it didn't work out. Next up, we had Fatty Fat, the Hob Warrior. Fatty Fat, he didn't last long. What even killed him? I don't remember. Fatty Fat just he died from cheese overdose. I don't remember. He didn't do well though. And Lucky Charms, he was our human, kind of plain in the attributes area, except for his luck, which he rolled pretty well. So I called him Lucky Charms. Did not make it. And Rumbledore, our Minotaur. Whether a Minotaur is legit in Naked Doom is debatable, but we decided to go with it. He had really high charisma. He lasted a long time. He lasted the farthest. He went the farthest of anybody, even better than Gort. Gort was probably more powerful if you compare them side by side, but Gort just had that unfortunate roll to find the cave dragon, basically. And that's it. That's it for Naked Doom. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys. Well, it's late. I streamed for longer than I wanted to because I was having a ton of fun. I always have fun playing Intelligent Trolls, doing other streams as well, obviously. But that's it for tonight, guys. I don't know when I'll do this again, but this was one of my most successful streams of all time, so maybe we'll do more of it. I obviously anyone who knows my um channel knows I have a ton of Intelligent Trolls videos as well as some other stuff. But I don't really do live streams much. We did one live stream about 2 years ago of Sorcerer Solitaire. Rob Bob and I did that. So this is actually technically our second Tunnels and Trolls live stream. But yeah, this was a huge hit, I think. And all kinds of people were chatting, people I didn't know, as well as my regulars. Thanks, Arturo, for chatting a lot at the end there, by the way. But yeah, that's about it. That's all I got. We'll see. We're definitely going to do more of this. I just don't know when or how often. Maybe we'll even have like a regular thing like the last Saturday of the month could be Tunnels and Trolls time. I don't know. Part of me wants to do Tuesday Tunnels and Trolls just for the alliteration. But Rob Bob is usually, occupied with school. And I can't stream every night of the week, really, to be quite honest. But I don't know. That's it, guys. Thanks again. If you like this, you know what to do. Like and subscribe and all that fun stuff. But thanks. That's all I got, guys. That was Naked Doom, by the way. That was the horribly awesome, but horribly deadly Naked Doom by Mr. Kensei Honor. This was written in 1977, if you can believe that. This edition updated in 2017. So a full, 40 years after the fact. That's so amazing that something from 77 can be so fun to play today, right? It's an RPG. I think it holds up quite well. It's a ton of fun. You have to be able to roll with the punches, though, and not get upset when your characters die. That's all. Let me stop babbling. Have a good night. Thanks for watching again, and take care.